Ahoy, and welcome aboard the Swords and Starships vessel. How are you on a Sunday, year of our Lord 2025, February the 23rd? I am Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel, and you are the crew, the sailors and starnauts, as I call you, aboard this vessel, and together we shall sail the waters of fascinating new story-driven world with amazing characters in pursuit of the three essentials: originality, beauty, and verisimilitude, which is just a fancy, snooty way of saying truthfulness. The quality or property of seeming real. Mr. Producer, this microphone attitude is entirely unacceptable. There. That's better. We got lots to talk about. Okay, so is Captain America, the Mothman, Captain America Brave New World by Vought Studios? Like, is it a total failure? Is it succeeding? I don't really know. Well, I kind of do. We're going to investigate that, but the all signs point to the fact that the second week drop-off is bad. It's bad, folks. It's heading off a cliff. Now, I hear a lot of normie buzz that this film is not that bad. And you know what's funny is this very morning, a Asmod Gold video popped up on my feed, and there was a video about how Avowed, guys, this is what the YouTuber that he was reacting to was saying. He was saying, guys, by all reports, Avowed is okay. The media is racing to the rooftops to shout from the rooftops. Avowed is, guys, it's okay. It's like a really okay game. It's incredibly okay. And that's what I think about Brave New World. Mothman. Guys, it's okay. It's okay. It's not as bad as the Acolyte. It's not as bad as the Marvels. It's not as forgettable as Echo. It's not a complete cultural disaster like She-Hulk. Guys, Brave New World, Sam Wilson as Captain America is like super amazingly basically okay. And that is the new normal. That is the new normal with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And this is creating the illusion that it's a pretty good, okay, it's an okay film, which is a better way of saying it is a subpar to bland to boring to frankly ill-advised and pathetic film. At the end of the day, the fact that it's not the worst thing that Marvel's ever done does not make it a good film. Being 100% objective, just looking at, forget about the MCU, forget about all the culture wars and all the crap we've been through, forget about the pattern, if you dare. And just consider it as a standalone film, as I, your dear captain, am now doing in this very moment. And I'm telling you, it's garbage. Now, garbage is a loaded term, I'll admit, because there are many subtle levels of garbage. It's like the type of garbage you could recycle. It's like recycle bin garbage. Like it's not like nothing you'd be afraid to touch. Like cans. You can touch empty cans. That's no big deal. It's not like unsanitary garbage. You know what I'm saying? It's like clean garbage. That's what it is. But it's a boring, bizarre, terribly written script. And it wants to be more than it is. And it's getting more credit than it deserves because it's not a total, complete, public humiliation of the Disney and Marvel corporations. Because it's not the work of stupid people that eat glue. It's basically okay. Folks, has the bar ever been lower? Has the bar ever been lower in entertainment? No. I submit to you it has not. And I, Captain Garrett of the Starship Channel, So what did I say, did I say it in the singular or the plural? The singular? Okay. I, Captain Garrett of the Swords of Starships channel, am here to raise the bar. And we have more to talk about. The Star Wars shills are still pleading for the Acolyte. They're still pleading for the Acolyte. And on the Avowed total failure, we've got news on that. But I must report to you, my dear sailors and star nuts, that while the battle is not over, while the war is not won, wokeness, DEI, or to put it more simply, the final form of left-wing entitled lunacy, total lunacy, is in full retreat. It is retreating on all fronts. Folks, last year was Stalingrad for the left-wing woke cultural takeover war machine. You know, the pronouns in bio religion faced its Stalingrad last year, and the tide has completely turned. Now, does this mean we can just sit back and pop the champagne cork? Absolutely not. This is the time now to flood the zone. This is the time to drive every last shred of it out of our culture. I admit that's ambitious, but we've proven it can be done. In the words of the great Sir Winston Churchill, this is not the end. This is not even the beginning of the end, though it is perhaps the end of the beginning. Now then, to the chat, Mr. Producer. Where is my chat? I'm muted. No, Crowbar the Skull says, "Oh, Captain, my Captain, hail, Captain, and hail, fellow crewmates. Hail to you, Crowbar. Assume your post, sir. We have much to do aboard this voyage. It is an honor to serve with you." Fu Man Blue says, "Hail and welcome aboard. Assume your station, sailor. Assume your post, Fu Man Blue. Ahoy." Crowbar the Skull, ship's gunner, reporting for duty. Looks like we have a new... Oh, yes, we must address the issue, Mr. Producer. I totally forgot. Yes, I went to Diamond City in Fallout, and I revised my appearance in IRL. It was actually an accident. We will speak of this once and then never again. I went to the hairstylist, and I requested my usual. However, there was a miscommunication, and the clippers came out, and it was like, bzz, 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 whoa, what are we doing here? And it turned out that what the stylist thought I was asking for was something very different, and it was going to be a total disaster. And I said, screw it, pivot. I'll just go back to what I used to do when I had short hair, and we'll just roll with it. And so here it is, folks, the new and improved Captain. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, I had to remind him we need to set a better example with his appearance. Well, I never, Fu Man Blue. I did. I actually used the clip I just released. I made a video. Yeah, Mr. Producer, I think I deserve this. Yeah, I deserve that. I did work. I made a video about, it was my review of Captain America Brave New World, the Mothman, featuring new content, and I did quote my own Captain's Cast clip in part of it. And I was like, oh my God, I look like this shaggy guy. It was not good. Seriously, yeah. All right, fine. I guess, the long hair experiment is over. It just doesn't work, I guess. Nobody has had the opinion that I should have, what, all your beautiful hair, what did you do? Oh no, no one has had that opinion. Absolutely everyone's been like, thank God. I mean, it looks good. I like that. A little bit better. Oh my God. I was afraid I was going to have to tell him. That's basically the reaction I've been getting. And it's not fair. Neutron Pack is in the chat and says, nice haircut, Captain. You know what? All these compliments are charging up my social battery. So, let's just real quickly, let's hit the comment section on my newest video. Where is it? I mean, it's only been out for a couple of hours, so the day is young, as they say. There it is. Hang on, I gotta pause that. All right, here we go. Captains, share screen, Mr. Producer. Okay, so this is the new video. We got Wrangler says that's an awesome thumbnail. Thank you, Wrangler. Skunk's Workshop says there's simply no way this was worth it to Disney. Imagine them being like, well, we already made it. We may as well release it. But sir, do you realize the laughing stock that we already are? And if you release this, we'll reach levels unknown to man. Release it. Correct. Grandmaster says 3 hours ago. Why is Grandmaster, who is also Universal, why is he always surprised? He always is like super. You're always surprised. I think it's Universal, Grandmaster, one and the same. You're always surprised whenever I do anything. You're like, are you going live? Yes, I'm going live. Like, you released it 3 hours ago? I don't know. I just don't know what to make of that. But I'll put a heart on it anyway. It says 4 comments. Where's the other one? Oh, well, anyway, I was hoping there would be some criticism. But, oh, well, that's all right. Audio is seriously low? Hang on. Audio is low. Is it still low? I need an updated comment. Let me go to the bottom here. Having to triple my volume? What? Let me make sure. Let me check my settings real quick. Audio. Get it. Let me turn that off. Okay. Oh, okay, that's what it was. It was because I tried a setting and that should be better. How's that? Still low? What else can I do here? I could turn up the gain, but if I turn up too much, it's going to blow out the mic. Settings. Audio. It should be better. It's back? Okay, good. All right, good. Yeah, it's... so I am trying to solve the issue of the popping. There's like this audio popping when I'm sharing a tab or I'm reading an article, and it's definitely whenever I'm streaming through a browser. So I tried to get OBS working so I could just stream through OBS, because in OBS, the audio is gorgeous. It's perfect. But the problem in OBS is that the image is lagging. So like when I'm sharing a video, the image is like, and it's going to annoy the crap out of you visually. So my choices are annoy the audience with the popping sound. It annoys me. I seek to produce a perfect product on this channel, and it drives me nuts that I can't. So I have to solve that issue. And I just may have to get a new computer. There's just no way around it. So I don't know. I'm working on solving these issues, my dear chat, and I apologize. So I'm still using Restream today because the visual is better, but we'll see. Now, let's get into the stack of stuff, shall we? Hey, how about a quick funny? I love this guy. This guy he's just one of the greatest entrepreneurs of all time. And Asmongold finds these clips of him. I find it. He pops up in my feed now because I like his stuff. His name's Tony. He sells signs.
Tony's not interested in fame. Uh-oh, here we go.
A Chinese marketer is showing the internet how it's done. Tony from LC Sign has gone viral for his hilarious social media video.
Not interested. Now we are in the showroom of LC Sign Factory.
Did you know that Abraham Lincoln was queer?
Anyways, these signs come with a 3 to...
That's crazy. Tony keeps getting better. What is... Oh, no.
Anyways, check it out.
I had a dress.
Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh, one more time.
Anyways, check it out.
I had a dress for the female gaze.
Don't care.
I really don't know what's gotten into me recently.
Apparently, it's a lot of food. Anyways, you have to put it down like this.
No, you can't.
Hey, Bestie.
Oh, jeez.
Bestie, we need to start a love train.
Not interested, sir.
Oh, God.
Let's see what kind of gay TikTok thinks I am.
No, let's not.
Tony's first laugh. What's this?
White it, white it.
Anyways, this is a very human design. Infinity mirror letters.
I bet, like, probably over there in China, they must think the U.S. is like some kind of a fucking circus. Like, I guarantee...
No, not a circus. A freak show. Like a legit, old-fashioned, like in a circus, where you would find the freak show. And just weird shit in pickle jars. Like, that's what we are like the human society equivalent right now of Howard Hughes storing his urine in jars. That's what we are.
Fucking to you.
When I got my cake pops removed, I specifically asked my surgeon to leave the bag.
Anyways, here's how to tell if
you know what? I did that to myself. I don't know. What the fuck, man? What are we doing? Okay. The pop thing was hilarious. Okay. Now, Wrangler said in the Discord, make sure you join the link. The invite is a perma invite. So it's in the description of the video. Join us. He said that there's a non-shill fan who enjoyed Captain America Brave New World, The Mothman, brought to you by Vought Studios. And that's fine. I'm totally fine with that. If you enjoyed the movie, do you think it was good? I welcome your comments, and I want to engage in a debate because I enjoy debate. I enjoy arguing about everything in a spirit of good fun. So I'm open to this. I'm open to the idea. Make the case. Give me the case for why this is a good film. That would be Captain Mothman, okay? And I'm telling you, it's not the worst film I've ever seen. You know what it is? It really is like a made-for-TV Falcon movie. Like, if it were a made-for-TV Falcon movie, along the lines of, like, the holiday special for Guardians of the Galaxy, at that level, it's fine. Here's the thing, though. I'm not really that interested in fine. I'm just not that interested in okay. It's so okay, brah. You got to trust me how okay this is. Share screen, Mr. Producer. But that's just me. I am just a curmudgeon that way. Okay.
Got back.
Hat tip. Who are we watching here, Wrangler? The Canadian Lad. Okay, roll tape.
Watching Captain America Brave New World for a second time, and I have to admit, lads, this movie wasn't as bad as some of the reviews are making it to be.
Fascinating. Fascinating that you begin your praise by saying it's not as bad as. It's as if you're making my very point, sir.
Did the movie have any problems? Yes, many actually, but not every film.
So it's a shitty movie and we can move on. Like, what else are we doing here? So it's a crap movie and we can move on. Wrangler, you told me this guy likes this movie. I'm not putting you on blast here. I'm just saying it's not off to a good start.
It's going to be another Infinity War or Endgame. In this video, I will tell you everything that worked in the film and everything the US government wants to take control of the adamantium found at
Yes, we know.
which many fans still call one of the best superhero films outside the Avengers.
Winter
this
Soldier,
movie mirrors
it
the
is.
Winter Soldier in so many ways, it's kind of wild. First up, both movies kick off with Cap on a government mission where he does 90% of the work. In both films, these missions set the stage for everything that follows. Then there's the familiar team Falcon, a Black Widow, and Cap himself. Plus, both movies deal with mind control. Dr. Stern's control
Are we just reviewing the old movies? We don't need the old movies.
the friend he once knew. And in this movie, Sam refuses to fight Red Hulk, believing that deep down Ross can still change. These are all huge positives for the film. After all, if you're drawing inspiration
So that's a positive for the film that he believes Ross can change. I mean, it's not like it's a negative. It gives the film what? The problem with this argument is that Nick Fury in the Captain America film, in Winter Soldier, Nick Fury acts as a kind of mentor, a kind of guide to Steve Rogers because he's a man out of time. He's completely alone in the world now. He's kind of lost. He doesn't have a purpose, or he didn't have a purpose until the events of the Avengers. And so Nick Fury is in the position of giving Steve Rogers a purpose in this strange new world that he finds himself in. So Nick Fury, back when he was a great character, had a relationship with Steve Rogers that made sense for the film. Sam Wilson has no such relationship with Ross. His relationship is purely professional in the film. He is effectively a soldier serving for the president. But they're not really personal friends. Now, you could build an arc around them becoming friends, but the film is simply assuming that we should be emotionally moved by this relationship between him and Ross. It's really not. It just isn't at that level. There's more of a connection between Isaiah Bradley and Wilson than there is between Wilson and Ross.
from one of the best MCU movies ever made, you are definitely on the right track. But here's where the issues pop up. The film was heavily marketed as a Cap versus Red Hulk showdown, but in reality, Red Hulk only appears on screen for about 8 minutes. Now let's rewind 11 years, when Marvel dropped 2 trailers for Captain America: The Winter Soldier. Both trailers made it look like Bucky, aka the Winter Soldier, was the main villain. But in the end, the real antagonist turned out to be Hydra, secretly infiltrating the government and S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, Marvel applied the same marketing strategy for this movie, constantly showing Red Hulk as the main villain. But the big mistake already happened when they revealed Tim Blake Nelson returning as the leader. That pretty much gave away that Dr. Stearns would be the real villain and likely transform Ross into Red Hulk. Now, imagine if Marvel hadn't spoiled that reveal. And what if Red Hulk's appearance was kept a secret too? Then the audience would have gone crazy when it happened on screen. But if you're gonna reveal them in the trailer,
but nothing else would have gotten them in the theater. This is the very argument I make in my review. That's why they had to. They had to. Because what do I always say with these new trailers? There's no hook for the story. You need a hook for the story in the trailer. Okay? In other words, you need a reason for me to want to see this film other than the big reveal set piece. But they didn't have that.
You gotta make sure you only show the tip of the iceberg instead of showing everything. And I also understand why Marvel did this. Marvel had to rely on Red Hulk to sell the film because they didn't want to spoil anything about Dr. Stearns. The issue though is that if Stearns had a proper character arc, the trailers would have had plenty of material to work with without giving away too much. But since Stearns' arc was underdeveloped, Marvel overcompensated.
It's worse than that. It's not, okay, well, you say that Stearns should have a good arc. Why doesn't he have a good arc? Because he must have desire. Let me get this clip. I got to get this. Adaptation. Key scene. Yes, that's it. That's it. I'm going to find this real quick.
by focusing the marketing on Red Hulk, even though he only really plays a major role in the final 8 minutes. In contrast, the Winter Soldier kept Bucky as the main villain the entire movie, right up to his change of heart in the end. The audience wasn't misled by the trailers.
Hang on. Okay, the line I'm looking for is right here. So share this. So this is from the film adaptation. Now, the character that Brian Cox is playing here is a real person. He's playing a real-life person, Robert McKee, who's trained screenwriters for years. He's written dozens of books. He's like a widely respected expert. So that's exactly what I was thinking of. Okay, that goes for antagonists as well. That's my exact point here. That would be Robert McKee's, well, fictionalized portrayal of Robert McKee. But I've read his books, and that's exactly what he believes. Well, it's not a belief. It's just a fact. You cannot have an antagonist without desire. And the problem with Stearns in Brave New World is that his desire is a boring, low-stakes cliche. He wants revenge on Ross, and his desire is to ruin Ross's presidency. That is a really low-stakes villain desire. And that is why he doesn't have an arc in the film.
As Bucky was one of the main villains, even though Hydra was the real threat. So if you think about it, the audience got more than they were promised. Now don't get me wrong, there's no issue with marketing a Cap versus Red Hulk film, but if that's what you're selling, Red Hulk needs to be a bigger part of the story, not just a brief appearance at the end.
Honestly, the way this would have worked, if it actually worked, what it would be is that Red Hulk is the misdirect. Red Hulk is the misdirect. He is the immediate threat in the film. Like, why not open instead of having it be that there's this stupid mind control, Manchurian candidate assassination plot, broom all that, and just have it be that Ross immediately transforms into the Red Hulk in like the first act of the film, tears up a bunch of shit, and the government tries to cover it up, and they make Sam Wilson go along with the cover-up. And at first, he does. I just rewrote the film. Cough button. That's what I would do. I would have it be that the Hulk is the immediate issue in the story. And you could have some kind of reason, like if this gets out, it'll destroy this peace deal and the whole world will fall apart. And you know, it's for the good of the country that we have to cover this up. So, you know, the typical stuff. But really, the actual threat is revealed later in the film. See, now that is how the Red Hulk would have worked. The problem is the Red Hulk is the payoff. The Red Hulk is the final payoff in the film, and you already know it's coming the whole film.
If you ask anyone about this movie, they'll likely mention the Red Hulk fight and the battle on Celestial Island. Because
yes, one was laughable and a complete farce, and the other was somewhat enjoyable to watch. That would be the latter being the Red Hulk scene.
Those are very well-written scenes, along with some...
No, they're not. No, they are not! They are not well-written scenes. That actually, even though I somewhat enjoyed it, the Red Hulk is not a well-written scene. Number one, how does he become the Red Hulk? Because he's getting gamma radiation in pills. Fuck off! He's getting... Oh, we found a way to get gamma rays. Gamma rays... Folks, like, look, I'm not saying it has to be like super scientifically accurate here because it is a fiction. You know, it is a superhero film. But come on. Gamma rays are the equivalent of light rays, just in a higher frequency form. Like radio waves or microwaves or visible light, gamma rays are not physical particles. They are rays of energy. So you can't put them in a pill. It's stupid. Now, That's only part of it. The rest of the Red Hulk scene proceeds because they had to load out Sam Wilson with the technologies of every other Marvel character. He might as well have had Doctor Strange's sling ring just for good measure. He just had all the other abilities. He was basically the equivalent of Emilia Clarke's character in, what was it? Secret Invasion, where she just had all the powers. That's not good writing. And don't even get me started again on the fight over the Pacific Ocean, because that was ridiculous.
Very well choreographed action sequences. But here's my problem. Why didn't the whole movie live up to that? Why not give Dr. Stearns a deeper, more compelling storyline that makes us sympathetic towards his character? Marvel tends to make the same mistake, telling too much and showing too little. If I were writing this movie, I would visually show how Ross brutally tortured Stearns for years, locking him up to force him to create his...
No, I wouldn't. I mean, as a slight subplot, maybe, but who cares? Stearns was a bad guy in Incredible Hulk. I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care that he was tortured in a dungeon. That does not matter to me. It's irrelevant. So already I think that's the wrong approach.
His medicines, and by the end, Ross would take responsibility for his actions, similar to what he did in the film. That way, both Ross and Dr. Stearns would have stronger character arcs, and the story would feel more satisfying. Despite the issues, there are still some great things about...
Now, here's what I would do. I would show that Ross tried to release the guy on a type of parole, and it failed because he started hatching a bunch of villain schemes, and maybe one of the Avengers brought him in. Maybe Tony Stark brought him back to prison and dumped him off on Ross, and he's like, you can't let this guy out again, you know? And Ross is like, agreed, you know? Maybe this guy was a menace, and Ross was under all this political pressure because he was illegally detaining these supervillains and whatever. But it was like, this guy's too dangerous. If he gets out, he's going to do something bad. And so really, the villain, of course, wants to get out and do something bad. I'd make him like a Bond villain. Like, he is planning to take over the satellite system, you know, and nuke a bunch of cities or something. There's a lot of things you could do. And make it be that Ross was doing bad things as he saw it for the protection of society. And he had to pay a price for that.
This film. One of the highlights is that each and every character took themselves seriously. Hell, even Harrison Ford acted his heart out as Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross. He wasn't just there for the paycheck. You could tell that he truly
Yes, he was. He did, but yes, he was.
Embraced the role. And I cannot emphasize enough how good of an actor Anthony Mackie is. Both he and Danny Ramirez have incredible chemistry. Every time they're on screen...
For all the good it did, their buddy story is pretty thin. It's pretty thin in the movie. It could have worked. There was potential there, but it's pretty thin.
Together, it just clicks. Another fantastic thing...
You know why? Because the whole Isaiah Bradley thing really gets in the way, I think. I think it's a distraction. The story should have been... The problem is Sam Wilson is already a sidekick, and we're nurturing a story about him raising a sidekick.
Thing is the quality of the dialogue. The characters don't just say random lines, they speak in a way that feels true to who they are. This is something that was really lacking in Thor: Love and Thunder, where they turned a god into a joke. Now let me give you an example that truly proves this movie is getting some irrational hate. Take a look at this powerful moment where Ross opens up to Sam Wilson and says, "I had to survive so that my daughter knew there was more to her father." Hearing this, Sam Wilson...
I will admit that's one of the better parts of the film. That's included in my score, sir. That's included in my 4 out of 10 score. That's why it's not a 1 out of 10.
Says something incredibly powerful with a very simple line of dialogue. He says, "I know what it's like to feel you have something to prove." This line is so real.
The problem is, who is this guy? The Canadian lad. The problem with the Canadian lad's argument here is he's confusing a good element of a subplot with the main stakes of the story. That's what he's confusing. This film made that the entire motivating, animating through line of the film was Ross trying to get his relationship with his daughter back. That's a good subplot. That's actually really good for character development and character desire, but that's not what the main story should be.
A black man, Sam knows what it's like to struggle with things other.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. You're telling me, Wrangler, you don't think this guy's a shill? Now, when I say shill, right, is he shilling for the movie because he's fake and phony and he just wants access? No, I think he believes what he's saying. What he is doing, though, is he's shilling for the bullshit narrative, the bullshit critical race theory narrative, which is exactly what created this misguided film and what destroyed this misguided film.
Others may not have to face. Just like Steve Rogers, the skinny little kid who was constantly bullied and had to prove himself every step of the way.
Sam Wilson has not endured racism. Sam Wilson grew up in a society far after the civil rights movement and all of those things. This is such a bullshit argument.
Both of them in their own ways understand what it feels like.
None of that was referenced in the first introductions of Sam's character.
To have something to prove. The ending of this film truly solidifies Sam Wilson as Captain America. There's a moment where he
No, it doesn't.
says to Red Hulk, Ross, we both know you can take me out with one punch, but I don't think you want to do that. I might be crazy.
Okay, I guess not. What's he gonna do when he comes up against a villain that doesn't work on? What happens when he comes up against a villain that's like, okay, then what's he gonna do? The power of kindness is kind of a one-trick pony, wouldn't you agree?
But I think you're trying to change. Here, Sam was terrified to his core walking towards Red Hulk, but he still didn't back down from telling Ross the truth. He chose not to fight Red Hulk knowing it's Ross underneath. Just like Steve Rogers said to Bucky,
I'm not gonna fight you.
You know, there's actually versions of this that work really well in the right story vehicle. Like, for example, in the final episode of the Spider-Man animated show, this is Spider-Man defeats Spider Carnage, who is an alternate universe Peter Parker who got taken over by the Carnage symbiote, and he's the villain in the story. And he's basically undefeatable. He's too strong. Like there's like 5 other Spider-Men trying to defeat him, and they can't defeat him until the main universe Spider-Man figures out that, like, okay, I've got to put myself in his head. He's Peter Parker. I'm Peter Parker. So what would defeat me if I were in his position? And he comes up with the realization that even Spider Carnage had an Uncle Ben. And so he uses because there's a universe where Uncle Ben is still alive. So he gets that Uncle Ben from that universe and has him talk to Spider Carnage. It's brilliant. It's really brilliant because it gets through to him. So there's a way that this storyline can work. The problem is it's not earned in the case of Brave New. It is earned in Winter Soldier. Bucky Barnes and Steve Rogers were childhood friends. And then they were brothers in arms in war. Okay? And now they even share a third commonality, which is they are both men who have been removed from their original time. So they have a massive history on which to build the foundation of this scene he's referring to in Winter Soldier. Sam Wilson has no such commonalities with Ross. None at all by comparison with Winter Soldier.
You're my friend.
both Steve and Sam stepped away from a fight knowing that the person they're fighting are not in control of themselves. Their instinct is to lay down and let the other guy crawl over them, instead of just cutting the wire. This is what makes them worthy of the Captain America mantle, and this film did a remarkable job with it. Now more than ever, I'm convinced Sam Wilson truly deserves to be Captain America, and Steve Rogers may...
I think you're convincing yourself that he deserves to be Captain America. I don't really care, quite frankly, whether he deserves to be Captain America or not. The very fact that we're having to even discuss this, does he or doesn't he? The fact that the entire film is concerned with this question at both the meta level and the in-world level, it is exactly the point. He's not. Captain America is the identity of Steve Rogers. That's what it is. And all this other crap is a bunch of mental gymnastics to justify. I don't want to see Bucky Barnes as Captain America, and I don't want to see John Walker as Captain America. Captain America is like Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Captain America is Steve Rogers. And this whole conversation is about people trying to convince themselves otherwise.
The right choice. So now let me ask you the question that I said I would ask. Do you have more respect for Sam Wilson after watching the film than you did before watching it? If your answer is yes, then you have to admit the movie succeeded in its goal. Yes, the film has undercooked villains, little to no character development.
You seem to be confused about what its goal is, sir. Its goal is not to see. This is the problem. Actually, you know what? He's right. The film's goal is to make the argument convincingly to the fans that Sam Wilson deserves to be Captain America. But it both fails at this goal, and that's the wrong goal. The goal should be to be a good Captain America movie. That should be the goal. The goal was to put him over as Captain America. That's the wrong goal, and they failed at the goal. What else you got?
For the side characters, but what it nails is Sam's never-give-up attitude. There's a scene where Joaquin Torres, lying in a hospital bed, says something really interesting. He tells Sam, "You never messed up like I did. You never got shot out of the sky and nosedived into the Indian Ocean. You are always on point." Sam chuckles at first, but then gives a profound response. He says, "If I'm not on point, I feel like I let down everyone else who was fighting for a seat at the table." He then finishes by saying this pressure of always being on point weighs on you. Makes you wonder if you'll ever just be enough. This line, along with Anthony Mackie's incredible acting here, is really what Captain America is all about. So here's the bottom line.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Steve Rogers never asks whether or not he's enough. He just goes where the mission is. His only concern is achieving the mission. That is, and it's not because he never struggles with anything. Of course he does. He struggles with the pain of losing Peggy Carter. He struggles with the pain of being a man out of time. It's clear that he's lonely at times, but he's not sitting there trying to figure out how he can be affirmed as enough. He wasn't enough. That was the whole basis of Steve Rogers' character. He was a skinny, sickly kid that could not even fight a simple bully. He was so weak. He wasn't enough, but he wasn't sitting there trying to be enough. He was trying to stand up for someone. He was trying to stand up for what was right because it was right. So this film has absolutely nothing to do with the original purpose of Captain America.
The movie may have a weak-ass villain, some horrible CGI, and side characters that didn't really need to be there, but what it got right was cementing Sam Wilson as Captain America.
What a pathetic argument. I'm sorry. What a pathetic conclusion. Oh, I can't even believe that. I can't even believe that. That's what it got right. That's all that matters. All that matters is that Captain America, a proud, stunning, and brave black man, a stunning and brave black man who has endured racism and who never thought he was enough, because of course he didn't. He deserves the shield. He deserves to be Captain America. That's all that matters.
A man who's 100% capable of leading the Avengers, just like Steve Rogers. Also,
he's 100% he can do it. 120,000%. He can lead the Avengers. Who are the Avengers? I don't know, but that doesn't matter. I literally, so there's this guy that I know who told me he's excited. He's excited that they reference the Avengers being reassembled in this movie. All the Avengers are being reassembled. And I just had a very simple question for him. I said, "Oh, cool. Who are the Avengers?" "Well, the Avengers." I'm like, "Which one?" But I mean, what characters are in the Avengers? "Well, he literally wouldn't even venture an answer. He just was mumbling. I said, "It's not Iron Man. It's not Steve Rogers. It's not what's the other? I always want to say Scarlet Witch. It's not Black Widow. So who is it?" And he didn't have an answer.
Anytime someone complains that Bucky should have been the new Captain America, not Sam, well, I hear you, and what you're saying makes sense too. I mean, Bucky's a super soldier, and he's a better replacement for Steve. But, and please hear me out here, during the events of Civil War, at one point it was Steve Rogers who took instructions from Sam Wilson rather than the other way around.
We gotta go. That guy's probably in Siberia by now.
We gotta draw out the flyers. I'll take Vision, you get to the jet.
No, you get to the jet. Both of you. The rest of us aren't getting out of here.
All right, Sam. What's the play?
We need a diversion. Something big.
Oh, gee. Oh, so because he had an idea on the battlefield and the commanding officer was like, okay, what's your idea? That means he was the leader all along. Now, I'm not saying he can't be the leader, but I'm saying like this is so... He's acting as though if any soldier ever proposes an idea that their commanding officer then agrees to, that means they should have been the leader. That means they're the best leader ever.
Steve was clearly more concerned about keeping everyone safe here, but Sam was ready to do the sacrifice play. And that's why Steve listened to Sam's suggestion. It's not an everyday thing where someone would be capable enough to tell Steve Rogers what to do, and Sam did that. He may not have the super soldier.
Oh, I can't take any more of this. I can't take any more of this. I'm sorry, Wrangler, but respectfully, I disagree with this guy. I really do. I thank you for the video, though. I enjoy taking on. I'm serious. I like hearing the arguments against my position. I'm very interested in that.
The serum yet, but he represents.
And I will say this is, for the most part, he still had to get the critical race theory bullshit in there at some point. But it was a mostly good faith argument defending the film, and I appreciate that.
Steve with every bone of his body. You know, it used to be that whenever a new Marvel movie came out, critics would give it extra points just for being a Marvel title, but now it feels like they're deducting points even before.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. I was there in the early days of the MCU, and at first they hated that it was a shared universe, the mainline critics. They didn't like it. Even when they gave a movie high marks, which usually was because the movies were so good back then, even when they gave them high marks, they would constantly have these little, because I used to read the main critics all the time, they would have these little snitty, it's the only thing holding this movie back is that it has to pay homage to the other Avengers movies. It can't just be its own thing. They didn't like it.
I've seen the movie.
The only reason they like the MCU now is because it carries the message. It carries the virtue signaling message. That's why.
Simply because it has Marvel's name on it. What used to be a Marvel boost has now turned into a Marvel tax, and that doesn't seem fair. And giving them extra points without seeing the film is not fair either. My point is, this movie doesn't deserve worse reviews than something like Thor: Love and Thunder. That was a dreadful movie and Marvel knows it. Captain America: Brave New World may not be perfect, but it's nowhere near as bad as some are making it to be. So the next time you read a review of a...
What is even the point of that argument? Like, what's even the point of that? You're not even saying it's a good movie because it's not. You're just saying, oh, it's not like 5 degrees as bad. It's not 10 degrees bad. It's only 5 degrees bad. Okay, fine. Whatever. Who cares? The fact that you watch this movie twice is unbelievable.
Marvel film, remember, critics are in a place where no matter what, some will focus only on the negatives. Captain America has always been my favorite character.
I didn't focus on the... Captain America's always been your favorite?
In the comics. My audience knows.
This isn't Captain America. Like, you're saying he's your favorite, and you're sitting here shilling, in a manner of speaking, for a different character. That's like saying Black Panther is my favorite character, which is why I think it's so great that Shuri is Black Panther. Shuri is not Black Panther. T'Challa is Black Panther. You can't say that Black Panther, T'Challa, is your favorite character and then say, which is why I'm so excited that Shuri is now Black Panther. It's not the character. It's not the character you were rooting for.
Knows that from day one. Trust me, if this film was bad, I'd be the first to say it. And I am calling out Marvel for how poorly they wrote the villains of this film. They really did a horrible job with that. But even with that, I still enjoyed the movie. I'd say they got at least 7.
Fine, sir, fine. Enjoy it, have fun, have a ball, whatever. If this is all you want from your entertainment, Canadian lad, go for it. Go for it. I want more. That plot was a mess. The plot is trash. It's seriously the problem. It's such a strange dichotomy because every other Marvel movie lately, the stakes are astronomical. It's every universe is in peril. All the timelines are going to be destroyed. Oh no! This one, it's the opposite problem. It's like, oh, I want to embarrass this president to get revenge. What? That's not worthy of Captain America. No, because you know what? The whole point of this movie was not stopping a bad guy. The point of this movie was not stopping a threat to the world or saving people or stopping a bad guy. This movie only had one purpose, and this guy as much as admitted it. To prove to the audience that Sam Wilson deserves to be Captain America. Well, if that's what you consider a good movie, have at it. I just have at it. Enjoy. I don't. Skunk's Workshop says, I'm sorry, I don't understand that. Without desire, this one may have to be dumbed down for me. Well, so if you're talking about Robert McKee said you cannot have a protagonist without desire, which is a negative. So let me frame it as a positive. To have a good protagonist or antagonist, I'm extending it to antagonist as well. To have a good protagonist or antagonist, they must have desire. They must have something they want. And it has to be something primal, and it's realistically, it's going to be multiple things, but there's going to be a main driving, for the purposes of the story, there's going to be a main driving desire at the heart of what that character is, right? Or what that character wants. And you know, what does Luke Skywalker want? What is his desire? He hates the Empire, and his desire is to become a Jedi like his father and destroy the Empire. That's his desire. His desire, he has other desires. One desire is to have adventure. His desire is to get off that farm, right? That's super important. What is Darth Vader's desire? His desire, now it's complex because it sort of gets revealed in multiple layers throughout the course of the trilogy. But initially, Darth Vader's desire is to enforce the will of the Empire and crush all of its enemies, which is manifest as his desire to find the droids and destroy the traitors that stole the plans, right? But we later learned that Darth Vader's desire is even more complex than that. He wants to overthrow the Emperor and take his position. Finally, he reaches his sort of final ultimate primal desire, which is to recruit his son to be his new apprentice and overthrow the Empire, or overthrow the Emperor. That is Darth Vader's desire. So the fact that I'm able to so easily articulate that, Skunks, is what Robert McKee is saying. And if you ever are watching a film or a show where the characters are confusing, actually, I have a great example for you where this is missing. Is the Acolyte. The Acolyte is that's a major flaw in the Acolyte, is that there's no clear desire on the part of May or Osha. And they change their motivations at the drop of a hat multiple times within an episode. And what it results in is a meaningless story. A meaningless story. All stories must have meaning. In order to have meaning, they must have plausibility, verisimilitude, the quality of seeming authentic. In order to have that, the characters must have desires that we can relate to. You know what I'm saying? How is it that we can care about aliens or creatures? We can literally empathize with almost any kind of being in a story. We can empathize with the Na'vi in Avatar. We can empathize with the Vulcans in Star Trek. We can empathize with the freaking, as much as I may not like them, you can still empathize with the Ewoks. Or a better example is the Wookiees. You can empathize with a Wookiee. You can even, regardless of what you thought of the film or the scene, when Han Solo is killed by Kylo Ren in The Force Awakens, the fact that Chewbacca crying out in rage and anger, and we immediately empathize with that, leaving aside whether you think that was good or bad. It's an example, right? The fact that we're able to empathize with Chewbacca That's crazy, but because they have relatable qualities, and one of those relatable qualities is desire. Does that answer your question, Skunks? Neutron Pack says, still, I have no idea why Stearns turned himself in at the end of the movie. Brave New World is a copycat, and they force so hard to make Sam the new Captain America. However, Sam is not a leader like Steve. Well, he's definitely not a leader like Steve. I think he can be a leader, but that's not the point. You know, the point is they're fitting a square peg into a round hole. And that's the problem. They should have, I think it would have been better served to just have it be that Falcon continues to be Falcon carrying the shield of Captain America as a mantle, like as a kind of burden. I don't mean burden in the bad way. I mean burden in the good way. Like, you know, I'm keeping the shield. I'm holding the shield, right? Until, I would say at a meta level, until Steve Rogers comes back, because we all know he's coming back. At some point, he's got to. Or just he's carrying the shield in memory of Steve, like, or in carrying the legacy while being Falcon. And, you know, he can be that patriotic symbol as Falcon, as his own. And part of the problem of this Brave New World film is that the whole plot is constantly wringing its hands over, can Sam Wilson be Captain America and be his own man? Well, why doesn't he just be his own man if that's what he wants? If he just wants to be his own man, he wants to be enough, he doesn't want to have to be Steve Rogers, he just wants to be Sam Wilson, then let him be that. Derpy Entertainment says, welcome to the chat, Derpy Entertainment says, weak excuse. Civil War wasn't good either. I liked this movie more than Civil War. Civil War sucked. Yeah, I said it. Fair enough. I mean, I love Civil War. Well, you liked this movie more than Civil War. Feel free to expand upon that. Neutron Pack says, what? No way. Yeah, well, I mean, my question is, I think that I could understand arguments against Civil War on some levels, but as far as like a piece of writing and entertainment, Civil War is masterfully written. It just is. And I'll tell you something else. Civil War teased the final set piece, which was Captain America versus Iron Man. They teased that in the trailer in the exact same way that they teased the Red Hulk in Brave New World, but there's a difference. In the case of Brave New World, what they teased in the trailer was it. That was it. That was the final climactic set piece. Sam Wilson versus Red Hulk. But in Civil War, Captain America versus Iron Man was not the final set piece because they fought each other throughout the whole movie, and then they realized that they were on the same side, and they went to the super soldier like deep freeze facility together, and they were back on the same side. And that misdirected the audience into thinking that we were past the Civil War part of it. This is part of the brilliance. And by the way, from the very opening image of the film, they were setting this up, right? And what's brilliant about this is then when Zemo reveals the truth that his plan was never to personally destroy, his plan was never to release a bunch of crazy super soldiers. He just wanted the Avengers to believe that so they'd come after him, so that eventually he could reveal that Bucky Barnes, Captain America's friend, had murdered Tony Stark's parents. By doing that, he could get the Avengers to tear themselves apart. So he completely misdirected the Avengers and the audience about his true intentions, which frankly is far more ingenious than anything Stearns did in Brave New World. Now, what's so brilliant about this is that having seen all the trailers, having seen all the buzz, having heard all the theories and heard about what happened in the comics, I never saw it coming. I never saw the moment coming when Zemo plays the video of Bucky Barnes killing Tony's parents and Tony's watching it and Steve Rogers reveals that he knew, and that moment where Tony Stark loses it and it's like, oh, fuck you, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill Bucky. Like, I'm going to kill him and I don't care. You know, like that was crazy. It just tore your heart out. Now, with all due respect, Derpy Entertainment, you're welcome to dislike that. You're welcome to like Brave New World more, and that's fair enough. But you can't tell me that that is a lower quality piece of writing in Civil War. It's a far better piece of writing than Brave New World. That's my only argument. Derpy says, because they changed so much from the storyline to the movies, it didn't feel like a war until Tony found out about his parents. Yeah, so essentially what you're saying is you dislike Civil War because it deviates from the comics. And that's a fair argument. My only issue with that is that, well, that's the whole MCU. And do you think Brave New World is following the original comics faithfully? I don't. So I think if you like the MCU at all, you've already made your peace with the fact that it deviates from the comics. Like, it just does. So I think that's beside the point, is what I'm saying. I'm simply comparing apples to apples here, which is MCU films to MCU films, and then more broadly, just objectively, is this a good film or not? Skunk says, makes total sense to me now. Neutron Pack says Civil War didn't need to be a literal war. It just meant two people on the same side that go against each other. I agree, and I think it did that effectively. Mike switched? Hang on. What's that? No, I still got the same mic. It should still be working. Let me know if the mic's hot, though. Grandmaster says, ahoy, mateys! Ahoy, Grandmaster. Assume your post, Sal. Youper says, good show. Welcome to the chat, Youper199. Good to see you. Welcome aboard. And if you're enjoying the content, please consider leaving a like and maybe a subscribe if you're feeling frisky. Foo, he got the chop. What's going on? What's going on, Grandmaster? You got to let me in on this. Okay, so that is a opposing argument. And by the way, I appreciate your thoughts, Derpy Entertainment. Thank you for weighing in. Let me move to the next thing in the stack of stuff. Now, the question is, now I've said I gave this film, that would be Brave New World by Vought Studios. I gave this a 4 out of 10. It's definitely, I agree with this guy who's, I guess, praising it by saying it's not as bad as other Marvel stuff, which is fair enough. However, I do think that it appeals on and I don't mean this pejoratively, but I do think it kind of appeals to a normie level. Like, it appeals to a general audience. They just want to have a little escapism. There were parts of Brave New World I enjoyed, mostly in the early parts of the film. I will say the strongest elements of the film are Anthony Mackie as Sam Wilson, if not Captain America. He is, as that character, pretty good. And I liked Joaquin, his sidekick, although I still felt that that buddy plot was too underdeveloped and thin. That should have been a more central piece of the story. They should have just deleted the Black Widow character. She was irrelevant, but that's neither here nor there. And the Red Hulk fight was sometimes entertaining, I will say. Thank you, Youper. Audio is good. Appreciate it. Good looking out. Maybe Fu Man Blue is having some trouble. I don't know. I mean, I've been struggling with audio issues forever. But now here's the question. How is the film doing? Well, I've got an article for you. Hat tip that Park Place. Captain America. This was published yesterday. Captain America Brave New World's second weekend drop puts the future of Marvel in serious question. Captain America Brave New World has emerged as one of Marvel Studios' most underperforming films, marked by significant box office declines and a tepid global reception. Despite an initial domestic opening of $88.5 million over the 3-day weekend and almost exactly $100 million across the 4-day President's Day weekend, including Thursday previews, the film experienced a sharp 68% drop in its second weekend, according to projections, earning only $28 million. So basically, it's right on schedule. We are right on schedule with every single modern MCU film. It's going to save Marvel. It's going to be great. Everything's looking good that first weekend. 70% drop off. So now, is that going to hold? I don't know. I feel like this movie has more potential to succeed than almost any MCU movie in the last 2 years, personally. If any can draw an audience, maybe this one. Because the action scenes, although dopey, are mostly pretty fun. And let's face it, I love John Wick, and even some of those action scenes, although very clever, are getting very dopey at times. So it's possible to enjoy a movie that's a little dopey. But according to the numbers here, it's not doing that great. The 82% drop from first Friday to second Friday signals that the projections could be rosy and this film could be much worse than the analysts are giving it credit for. Historically, the Marvel Cinematic Universe has maintained robust box office performances, with films typically experiencing moderate second weekend declines. For instance, Black Panther saw a mere 44.7% drop, while Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 and Avengers Infinity War each had a 55.5% decline. In contrast, the steep minimum, 68% fall, of Brave New World places it among the MCU's poorest performers in terms of audience retention. Several factors contribute to this underperformance. The film received mixed reviews with a 49% approval rating on Rotten Tomatoes and an average rating of 5.5 out of 10. Critics noted that while Anthony Mackie capably assumes the mantle of Captain America, the film is too routine and overstuffed with uninteresting Easter eggs to feel like a worthy standalone adventure, close quote. Additionally, audiences polled by CinemaScore awarded the film a B-, the lowest grade for an MCU film to date. Production challenges further exacerbated the film's struggles. Insiders reported unenthusiastic test screenings, leading to costly reshoots and a chaotic production process. The portrayal of Harrison Ford's character, the Red Hulk, also sparked political sensitivities, prompting a title change from New World Order to Brave New World. These behind-the-scenes issues likely impacted the film's coherence and overall quality, you think. They also may have inflated the cost beyond the original budget. Some believe the break-even for this film could be between $800 million and $900 million. Internationally, Brave New World has faced stiff competition, particularly from China's animated blockbuster Ne Zha 2, which has grossed over $1.8 billion worldwide, becoming the highest-grossing animated film of all time. In contrast, Brave New World garnered a modest $10.5 million in China during its opening weekend. Oh no, they don't like it over there. Well, there you go. So it's not doing great, folks. Captain Mothman it's going down. Grandmaster says, I predict it will reduce to 3,500 or less screens next weekend, as long as it stays above the 1,000 screen average. I'm waiting for your next point there, Grandmaster. Meanwhile, I'm going to queue up our next video. So, yeah, I mean, look, I don't make my bones on this channel analyzing the data. I'm more of an idea, man. I'm more about the craft, the artistic, intellectual pursuit of insightful, trenchant film critique. And so I'm less concerned with the numbers, but it doesn't seem like it's exactly crushing it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so I would say that Brave New World, it's trending exactly like Quantumania and Thor: Love and Thunder and Doctor Strange Mom and all those and the Marvel. It's like all of them. I mean, it had a strong opening, but it's going off a cliff. I guess the reason that it interests me, like if the film succeeds, if this film fails, it's still the film that it is, and my score is not going to change. But it is interesting to me to note the pulse of audiences. Is this what people want? Is this enough for them? I just think audiences deserve better. Okay, now let's check out the pitch meeting because I'm so excited about this. So I am a great fan of this channel pitch meeting with Ryan George, and he just dropped the Captain America Brave New World pitch meeting. I'm so excited. I'll share screen. It's not every day that you get a pitch meeting this fast. Okay, here we go.
So, you have a new Captain America movie for me? Yes, sir, I do. So the last time we saw Sam Wilson was in his Disney Plus show, and he solved everything by telling a senator to do better. Oh yeah, that was so iconic, the way he was like, you're not very good at your job. Is he gonna save the day with a speech to a politician in this one too? Well, I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, he totally is. Oh my god, this is why people watch superhero projects.
That's such a great point. That's how Sam Wilson solves all of his villain conflicts, with a political speech. You know, Steve Rogers' speech in Winter Soldier is so brilliant because it's not he's just giving an inspiring speech to the troops, and it's about rallying people to a cause. It's like old school. It's like old school, like just military leader speech, and it's awesome. Whereas Sam Wilson is always he's always engaging in these kind of like moralistic scoldings of politicians.
Yeah. So tell me about this thing. Well, what if I told you that part of the plot revolves around mining rights? I would scream. Part of the plot revolves around mining rights. Oh my god, what kind of mining rights? Well, remember in the Eternals there was a giant celestial head that popped out of the earth and then we never spoke about it again? Introducing concepts and characters and not referencing them again is part of the brand now. Right, well I figure we start tying up some of these loose ends, so turns out the celestial head is full of adamantium.
This is why I say that the MCU, in terms of plot tropes, lore, Easter eggs, and just conflicting information, it's become a junk drawer. It's become a superhero trope junk drawer. Drunk junk drawer. Mr. Producer, what did I just say? I do want to know. That's why I asked. I do. Okay. You know what? Then never mind. It's a junk drawer with just it's just littered with uncategorized, unsorted lore, tropes, and cliches, all just and some occasional fluff from like the comic book runs, and it's all just rattling around. And they pull out this drawer and they just rummage through it. Oh, what do we got in here? Oh, we have a celestial sticking out of the ocean. Oh, we have Hulks. We have a red Hulk. Was there a red Hulk in a comic book? I think there was. Let's put it in this movie.
The stuff Wolverine uses to stab people. It is. So the president of the United States freaking wants a treaty about this stuff. And who's the president? Thaddeus Ross. Remember him? Yeah, kinda. And also remember Dr. Samuel Stearns from The Incredible Hulk almost 20 years ago?
It's so true. How does anyone like there are 20-year-olds who were born when Stearns was a character. Like there are 20-year-olds right now that never saw they've never seen The Incredible Hulk. It's not even in their zeitgeist. It's not part of internet memes. And this movie's like, oh, you remember this guy? You remember this guy? Yeah, because because I was there 20 years ago.
Teased something about him back in the day, didn't we? We did, and in this movie, we're gonna pay it off. Let the tease ripen for a couple of decades, sure. Yeah, and so President Ross is a little sad because he's now estranged from his daughter, Betty Ross. Remember her from The Incredible Hulk almost 20 years ago? Wait, is this a Captain America sequel or an Incredible Hulk sequel? Well, sir, that's none of your business. What? So anyway, Captain America and Falcon get invited to this summit by the president, and they bring that old super soldier Isaiah Bradley with them. Okay. But then during the summit, he and a couple of other people get mind controlled and try to kill the president. Oh no, how'd they get mind controlled? Well, turns out Stearns has a big old scrotum brain now because he was exposed to Bruce Banner's blood in The Incredible Hulk almost 20 years ago. Did you say scrotum brain? And he's so smart he can do all kinds of things.
Did you say scrotum brain? Grandmaster said it has to make 1.1 billion to be even, Steven. You mean this film, for this film alone, Brave New World to be Even Steven, it has to make a Billy? Or are you saying that the Captain America franchise to be Even Steven?
He's like, calculate probabilities real good. Oh, so he's like always right about the things that are gonna happen? Rarely, if ever. Oh, okay. So anyway, Isaiah Bradley gets arrested, and this former Black Widow, who's the head of Ross's security, she stops the other mind-controlled people. Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna cast someone distractingly small to play her. Great. Wait, what? Why? So then what happens? Well, Sam starts to investigate, and he gets ambushed by Sidewinder from the Serpent Society, who he had a little run-in with earlier in the movie. Okay. So then there's gonna be this cool action scene where it's going to be like, oh no, is Captain America going to be able to beat up this guy in his mid-60s? Is he? He is.
Now, you know what? I forgot. That actually is, I liked Giancarlo Esposito. Hey, Derpy Entertainment, I'm throwing you a bone here. I liked Giancarlo Esposito as this character, but I also acknowledge how silly it is. It is weird, isn't it? That so many villains are like old men and women. You know, just like ancient Mesozoic era men and women that are like but they're like action characters. They're like action stars. Now listen, I do like older villains. Even older villains that are capable under the right circumstances, I think can be super cool. But it's just getting a little excessive is all I'm saying. But I did like Giancarlo mostly, it was mostly because of his just performance as a character. That was mostly what sold it. But you're right, just on paper, this is so ridiculous.
Beating up senior citizens is tight. So through that guy, they find out about this old black site where they find old scrotum brain Samuel Stearns. Please stop saying that. Yeah, and so it turns out that President Ross had fully blamed the events of the Incredible Hulk almost 20 years ago on Stearns and kept him imprisoned here. Why? Well, he made him use his intelligence to help make him president, and then he said he'd pardon him, but he totally didn't. Rude. Yeah, and so Stearns is pretty upset about that and wants to...
Rude. This is my issue with the film. That's the entire basis of the antagonist in the film, and that's weak. That's weak. Even Zemo's story in Civil War was better than this. Zemo hated the Avengers because his family was he had loved the Avengers, or he at least admired them, and then their recklessness, as he saw it, got his family killed, his wife and children in front of him, and his admiration turned to hatred, which is much more primal, much better.
Sabotage him. Kind of understandable. So Stearns...
And, there's something else about Zemo's plot in Civil War that's better than this, because Zemo wasn't just out for revenge, okay? And revenge has become the laziest trope in storytelling lately. It's just, he wants revenge. It wasn't just revenge that Zemo was after. Zemo saw the Avengers as reckless. He saw them as a danger to the world. He saw them as essentially a scam of a kind. It's like they look like heroes. They look like they're saving the day, but really they don't care how many people get crushed under the rubble of their reckless actions. They're irresponsible. And because they're so powerful, nobody's going to be able to defeat them. He says it in the film. It's a fool's errand to try to destroy the Avengers. But if you can get them to destroy themselves... right? An empire that destroys itself never comes back, right? That's pretty brilliant. He doesn't just want revenge. He wants to do a public service as he sees it. I think that's brilliant. I think that's a really elegant through line for a villain.
Stearns mind controls some fighter pilots and creates a big old conflict with Japan around the Celestial Island. Uh-oh. So Captain America surfs on a missile and saves the day, but Falcon gets hurt. Oh. Yeah, because I don't really want him in the third act of the movie. Why not? Well, because this is a Captain America movie. It's his journey. He's the one who has to be present while Thaddeus Ross has a character arc. Got it. But before that third act, Bucky Barnes is going to show up. Oh boy, they're going to team up again? No, he just gives Sam a little pep talk and leaves. He's got to go. Oh, he's not going to help out. No, he's busy. He's got other stuff to do. Okay. So anyway, then there's going to be this big reveal that Stearns was actually giving Ross little doses of gamma radiation through these heart pills he was making for him. And what does that mean? It means that the frickin' president's going to turn into frickin' Red Hulk. Oh, there's our...
I could suggest, okay, I'm not saying I like any of this plot, but if I were just in the room and I were to suggest a slight shift in the plot to make this more plausible, just have it be that Stearns created a machine that it's like a fountain of youth machine, like the Vita chambers in BioShock. If you've ever played BioShock, right? It's like a cylinder. You stand inside it, and it revitalizes you. And just have it be that Stearns has the machine and Ross makes regular visits to the machine, and he thinks that it's just healing him, and it is, but it's also, it's like genetically re-engineering him and bathing him in gamma radiation at the same time. That would have been way better, and it would have actually made it more explainable why Stearns is so necessary, because only he can operate the machine. Ross doesn't want anyone else to have the machine because it's too, he doesn't want it to get out into the world because it could be used as a weapon. I don't know, something like it. But isn't that better than like his heart pills are laced with gamma rays? These are the fucking people that are always lecturing us about follow the science. And science is important. And I don't like anti-science people. And climate change is science. These are the people that are always, that would be Hollywood people. Hollywood fucking people are always lecturing us about science. And they write a bonehead plot in which gamma rays are in the heart pills. So stupid, man. I'm not saying it has to be like literally hard science here, but come on, man. Come on, man.
Trailer right there. Wait, no. There's our poster. There's our marketing. Well, this whole movie's kind of leading up to that as a big reveal. Big Red Hulk. Oh boy, that's a movie people want to see. That really takes the wind out of my air sails. Hulk smash! Okay, so anyway, all the Secret Service agents, they start shooting at the Hulk, but that's not doing anything. They just immediately start fighting.
I know. I forgot about that. Yeah, I remember sitting there thinking, like, are all these Secret Service agents going to... They all know what the Hulk is. They've all seen a Hulk now. They've lived... It's one thing when they've never seen the Hulk. They don't know what his capabilities are. They mistakenly think that enough firepower can take him down. Fine. But for 20 years in this universe, every major country police force, fighting force has been aware of the Avengers, the enhanced humans, and the Hulk. Are they really going to shoot at him thinking it's going to do anything other than piss him off? Oh, okay, yes, they are. Okay, fine. We're going there. Okay. Because plot needs action. Plot needs bullets hitting the Hulk and pissing him off.
Firing at the president? They do. Huh. So now Captain America starts fighting him, and he brings them over to these cherry blossoms where Ross said he used to go with his daughter. Okay. And he tries to talk him down, but it doesn't work. He is simply too angry and hulky. Yikes. Well, gonna be tough to beat him now. Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience. Oh, really? Yeah, because see, they're gonna fight a little bit, and then Sam's gonna talk him down. Didn't he just try that? Well, yeah, but this time it...
It's obvious, really. Once you look at it, it's obvious what the problems are. Did he just try that? Well, he tried it again and it worked the second time. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, yeah, you can't give up too easily. You know what I'm saying?
Works. Why? Because. Well, okay then. So then he resigns as president and voluntarily puts himself inside that big raft prison, and his daughter's gonna show up to visit him. Well, if we're gonna have a Betty Ross cameo, why not have her be the one to show up at the cherry blossoms and have that be the reason the speech works this time? He shut up and so Stearns. Oh, yeah.
Holy shit. Why didn't I think of that? Holy shit. Oh my God, that is such a better ending to the movie already. You could even have it be Sam Wilson's victory. This is actually that would have practically solved it right there. Have it be that the minute the Hulk fight starts, Sam Wilson says something like, Red Wing, dial this number quick, we the audience don't know who it is. We could even have maybe a line where someone says, who are you calling? He's like, don't worry about that. Just keep him busy for a minute. And then so we see Sam Wilson make a call, but we don't know to who. Then the fight proceeds apace, and he's like, I got to get him away from the populated area. He leads him to the cherry blossoms, whatever. And and it turns out that all Sam was doing was trying to keep him busy long enough for Betty to get there. That would have been cool. And then she shows up at the last second, right when Hulk is about to, just smash him into powder, into a red paste. Right then, Betty shows up and says, Dad, that could have been cool. That's a way better movie. And look at how small of a change that is. Now, it would not be good if Sam were not the reason that she shows up, right? That's the important point. Sam has to be the reason that she shows up, or it ruins or it's just a dumb story. So that could easily have worked. In fact, you may not like that. I don't like the film. Well, it's not the worst thing in the Snyder universe, but the Snyder cut of Justice League, I kind of liked the whole secret weapon that Bruce Wayne has when they wake up Superman and he brings Lois Lane out to sort of talk him down, and that was cool, right? I think you could have done the same thing with Betty and it would have worked really well. You're right, Fu Man. It's basically the same thing Batman did in the Justice League, but honestly, I don't think that's a problem. You can, when tropes are used properly, the audience isn't going to care. There's really no news story under the sun.
What happened with Stearns? How did they stop him? Oh, he turned himself in. He's all done. Oh, he did? Yeah, the movie's done, so he stopped trying to do stuff. Well, that's nice of him. Oh, he is going to have a post-credit scene where he's in the raft and he tells Sam, hey, did you know there are going to be more movies in the future? Stuff's gonna happen. Very cool. Hey, should we have Dude,
it is just like the guy that was telling me, I'm really excited because there's gonna be Avengers. And I'm like, okay, cool. Who are the Avengers? Yeah, you can't tell me. And I was trying to be as softball as I could. I said, okay, fine, fair enough. I'm sure they'll reveal more. Name one person besides, obviously, Sam Wilson, Captain America. Name one person who's going to be in the new Avengers. He couldn't name one. I'm like, so what are you excited for? You're excited for something you don't even know what it is. It's like, when they announced the first Avengers film, of course we knew. We knew it was going to be Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, and the Hulk. We knew that. And there were rumors about Black Widow and Hawkeye, and that was cool. So the fact that you can't even name who the Avengers are going to be is part of the problem.
Bruce Banner show up since this movie seems to be wrapping up a bunch of his storylines? No. Okay. So what do you think? Oh, I mean, we've got Captain America, we've got a big old red Hulk. I think Marvel is back, baby. Yeah, people are gonna go nuts for this. Hi, this is Ryan George from The Thing You Just...
Awesome stuff. I love Pitch Meeting. They are hilarious. That would have been better. I'm not saying that makes it a great film, Fu Man, but it would have been better. Like, it's because as it is right now, it's exactly what they just said. He fights the Red Hulk, tries to talk him down and fails, and then he tries again and he succeeds because he has to, because otherwise he's dead. That's basically it. And even that would have worked better if Ross and Wilson had some kind of friendship, but they really didn't. They really were it was more like a general soldier relationship. It wasn't any kind of like mentor mentee. It wasn't father figure, son figure. It wasn't any of that. Isaiah Bradley would have been better as the Red Hulk versus Sam Wilson, because it would have at least, honestly, that would have been better. That would have been better. Like, Isaiah Bradley becomes the Red Hulk. Wilson has to fight his friend. And Isaiah Bradley, not only does he have that personal relationship with Sam Wilson, but he also has all that rage and trauma from how he was treated that actually would have fueled the Red Hulk. there's probably no way we would have got away from a big race. Like we would have had a big racial thing in the, it would have been like, you've been oppressed by this white supremacist country. And we would have had to hear all of that crap in the final speech. Probably. So that would be a negative to that plan because we would have had to get the lecture. We would have had to have the lecture. But assuming we could avoid that, I think that actually would have been a much more primal story. Sam Wilson having to literally fight the justifiable rage of his friend Isaiah Bradley, who is now like gonna kill him, you know? So Brave New World is a strange one because they put a hell of a lot of effort into this film to improve it, to fix it, to make it work. And isn't it odd how some of the fine tuning you could do, just little changes you could make that would make it so much better. And it's like, they didn't even see it, right? They just didn't even see it. The creatives on this project. I'm even thinking of like the fact that Japan, is the major threat in this film at the end. It's such a comedy of errors, right? Because in the beginning, it makes sense, right? It makes sense. Oh, I'm trying to pull together this international treaty. I've got a bunch of different countries around the world. That's all fine. But then it kind of snowballed into something preposterous, which was Japan is going to war with the United States. Wait, what? Yeah, wait, no, that's not, no. We got to back up. We got to redo the setup to this because that's not where we want to lead this. But I think Russia actually would have been a much better antagonist in that situation because it would have been plausible that Russia's at the negotiation table. It would have been plausible that they have a lot of leverage on the president being a fairly powerful country and a nuclear armed country, an old rival. Like all of that would have made a lot more sense. And it would have made sense that Russia was friendly, but frosty, you know, cold, cool, but mostly amenable in the beginning. And then it descends once Russia thinks they've been stabbed in the back, having the president of Russia lecturing the president of the United States. And then the risk of a naval incident with a nuclear armed state. Now, that would have been good. That would have been excellent. In fact, it would have been great if Stern's plan was to simply trigger a nuclear war. I think that should have been it. I think that should have been the plot. Stearns doesn't give a shit about revenge. In fact, Stearns is like the president's best friend. Stearns is like, you know, I actually think I would have had it be that the president was actually friendly with Stearns and was like, just give me a couple more days on that part and we'll get you out of there. I appreciate everything you've done for me. Is your daughter talking to you yet, Mr. President? No, but I hope she'll come around. And then it turns out that Stern was just playing the president because he had this crazy plan. Like he secretly, like Stearns was able to hack like government computers or something. And he was able to like authorize, you know, like spending programs that just were hidden in the budget for like underground silos. And he wants to build like a master race after the nuclear winter. And that's all this is. He wants to trigger nuclear war, and so he literally helped Ross become the president, get the treaty in place, make everything go perfectly so he could destroy it and cause a nuclear incident. Like, that would be cool. That would be stakes. Derpy, I'm not criticizing you. Don't misunderstand. But have I convinced you yet that you did not see the movie you deserved? That's all I'm saying. I'm saying you deserve better. However entertained you may have been by Brave New World, you could have had better. That's all I'm saying. Wrangler says the U.S. cannot go to war with Japan. We like Nintendo way too much for that nonsense. You know, we are Japan's military defense force. Someone made the point, we probably have more military stationed in Japan than Japan has military. So it's just not, it's ridiculous. It's it would be more like an embarrassment that we had to, sink a few Japanese ships. Sorry about that. That's really bad of us. That would be an embarrassment. But that's not worthy of Captain America's attention. Say what you want about Winter Soldier. The Hydra plot was very simple. Assassinate thousands of people around the world instantaneously. That's bad. Like, that's a really bad thing to do. A war with Japan is going to be bad for Japan and embarrassing for us. And that's pretty much it. So, okay, next in the stack of stuff. Now, someone is trying to convince me to play Avowed. And it turns out it looks like Avowed. It's like this new, I guess it's a new open world. It's supposed to be like a Skyrim type game. And it looks, by all accounts, like it's run by a bunch of woke lunatics. I don't know. We'll see. But there's a great video here by Fleekazoid, who thinks it's going to be a disaster, and I am curious about this. So share screen, Mr. Producer. Hat tip Fleekazoid.
You gotta accept a little jank to do something fun and creative, I think.
I can only go right, pimps. Finding a door. I need help. Avowed is here, and the 3 people that knew it was coming out are hyped at how okay this game is.
This is the guy. This is what made me think of Brave New World. Listen to how he describes this. I only saw like the first minute or two of this video, so I haven't seen the whole thing. So here we go.
Go look at the reviews on Steam, and every critic is raving at how okay Avowed is. They're screaming it from the rooftops. Avowed is okay. Sure, the RPG mechanics.
It's okay. It's okay. Let's look at how freaking okay this is. That's exactly how I feel about Brave New World. Oh, it's so freaking okay, man. You're not going to believe how okay Brave New World is. You're not going to believe how okay Sam Wilson is as Captain America. He is super duper okay.
And the combat's about as deep as a puddle, but on the bright side, the exploration is okay. And also, like, the exploration's okay. No. And normally I'd get angry at how boring this high on fentanyl fantasy is, but you know what? Normally I'd get angry at how boring this high on...
What is this? What is this? Look, I'm all for creativity. I'm all for new fantasy creatures, but I got a bad feeling about this, okay? I'm seeing a lot of pastels. I'm seeing a lot of, like, furries and cosplayers at work here, okay? Nothing against them. I'm just saying, does that translate into video game creative genius? That's the issue here. The only issue which concerns the captain.
Fentanyl fantasy is, but you know what? I've been going to anger management classes lately, so I'm turning over a new leaf. Now when I find myself playing a game where a British furry walks up to me and asks, hey, are you playing butt pirates with your fishman sidekick and your not racist, not Scottish dwarf? I say, that's okay. That's okay. Sidekick
wait.
And your not
what is this?
Racist, not Scottish.
Avowed dev is sick of dwarves all having Scottish accents.
Scottish dwarf, I say, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. When people called me ugly for the first 3 hours of the game, I said, that's okay.
You mean a god gave you that face? Touched your soul and everything? Heard folks say you were blessed. Looks more like a curse to me.
Well, my mama says I'm beautiful, and you're a nasty bitch, Jenny. Now when I play a game that takes out half my fuck...
This guy's a hoot, man. This is the most hyperactive YouTuber I've ever... This guy's a great video maker. Man, the face mechanics in this do not look good at all.
stamina bar when I shoot a gun. I say that's okay. Sure, we invented guns specifically to be an effortless replacement to all that karate shit the samurai were doing, so that my fat ass could sit back here and go, hey, nice karate. Oh, really? It's Aikido? Doesn't matter.
We didn't fucking invent guns so we could do a bunch of kung fu shit. We didn't invent guns so that we had to do a bunch of karate moves. We invented guns so that we didn't have to do karate. So we didn't have to do all this stupid martial arts crap. Super funny.
But you know what? Say it with me now. That's okay. That's okay. They gave Skyrim Concord's art direction, and that's okay. Who even likes whores with giant bazookas flying out of their scantily clad arms?
Who even likes whores with giant bazookas? This guy's fucking hilarious.
Armor smacking you in the face, right? Why would I want to dodge dicks and chase down Catherine's giant sweater puppies in the name of Jesus Christ, amen. No, I want turquoise Gen Z fish people.
Oh my God. This is where it's all going. Listen, folks. I'm just going to show you this, okay? This is all I needed to see to know this game was a woke piece of garbage. Okay? Avowed, I'm planting my flag right here. Avowed is going to be a woke piece of garbage. Fucking trash. And I only needed to see one image, one, to immediately sense that this is what it was going to be. Do you know what it is? Do you want to see it? I'm going to show you exactly what it is. Here it is. Hang on. I'm enlarging image. Okay, I want maximum enlarge. There it is. That's it. Look at this visual vomit. This vomit of colors and images, all mismatched. It's like the visual equivalent of a mixed metaphor. This is so beautiful because it's everything. It's not just a color, it's all the colors. It's not just armor, it's cloth and muscle tissue and a skull and trees. Trees are in it, and then there's leaves, but then there's like pink stuff too. It's beautiful. It's art. It looks like trash to me. It looks like a garbage bin. It looks like what lands on the floor when you're painting something. Which is exactly what Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantum Nausea was like. Visual garbage. And this is the diseased mind that is infected by the woke mind virus. They uglify everything. They reject beauty. They turn everything that's crap into... They pass off everything that's crap as though it's gold, and everything that's gold they claim is crap. The woke mind virus is a disease. It just is. And it results, everything it touches turns to shit. All I needed to see was this image, and it was a done deal.
On-job bussin' for real, permed out, simple jack haircut. Yeah, that's what I want. You know, all these people are making jokes about how fabulous Kingdom Coming Guys is. Meanwhile, I can't even walk straight in Avowed. And I'm not even joking. 3 hours into the game, my save file got corrupted, which somehow removed my ability to walk left or go forward. I was left with the ability...
Oh, that's unbelievable, man. He can't even walk forward.
To moonwalk.
I remember growing up in a time when you bought a video game and like being able to walk forward just came with the game. Like now you don't have to update it. You know, you don't have to do a 3-hour update before you could play. You don't have to download a patch. You don't need to wait for the 4th DLC. No, out of the box, you put in the cartridge, you can walk forward. It was amazing. It was a great time to be alive.
Walk and shuffle right. My spell hotkeys also no longer work because the game secretly rebound them to my media play buttons. My attack was bound to my scroll wheel and my jump button was print fucking screen. But you know what that is? That's right. Fucking stupid, and that's okay. Now sure, did I pay $100 to get 5 days early access and then spend half that doing 360 no-scopes? Yeah. But they have more important things going on, like selling really shitty, exceedingly creepy chia pets while I charge a slide for 10 hours, and that's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I had to stick a straw into a bottle of Dramamine so I could sip that shit to stop the nausea while they're going chia.
Chia Pet, the pottery that grows.
That's okay, right? Maybe my doctor said it wasn't okay, but what does he know? He got his degree post-ChatGPT. I showed up for a checkup the other day, and he gave me a colonoscopy. The weird thing is, he's my dentist. But that's okay. Let's just focus on the game. In exchange for being able to dodge in combat, we've lost almost all of our RPG mechanics. You don't even get punished for stealing anymore. There's no pesky systems like bounties or crimes. So you know what? If you see something, steal something. We're playing by California rules.
You see something, steal something. I was playing Skyrim last night, and I'm like, I can't even believe it. The game is 14 years old, right? Because it came out 2011. Here we are, 2025, 14 years old, Skyrim. And it's one of the most playable games that I have. I don't even buy new games anymore. I never look at a new game that I'm like, I'm excited. I can't wait to play it. Like, the last game I was super excited to play was Mass Effect Andromeda. We all know how that turned out. There basically hasn't been one. I was excited for Cyberpunk, but I thought it was crap, and I didn't enjoy it at all. So it's like, it's crazy that a 14-year-old game is better than games now.
Rules now. You can just walk into a joint, eat a man's bread, bang his wife, and he'll go to jail for it. Except, no, he actually won't, because no one does fucking anything in this game. I don't even think the guards patrol anymore. Like, look at this guy right here. I've never seen this guy stand up. I've never even seen him walk around. This guy is on a permanent lunch break. That must be Dahl right there. But I'm gonna tell you what everybody tells me. Don't go into this expecting an RPG or interactivity or any amount of depth. And perhaps some of us shouldn't even expect the ability to go left. You should expect a linear, hard right-leaning, story-driven action game. And so let's
hard right-leaning.
On the action. Oh, that's right. Literally, I can only fucking go right. But it's okay. Listen, sometimes if I'm not enjoying a game, I'll go look at the positive reviews and try to see what they liked about it. You know, maybe I'm just playing it wrong. So let's go check out some of those now. First one. Junk food RPG. Shallow combat. Two-dimensional upgrade system. Decisions don't fucking matter until the end of the game. Thumbs up. Next one. It's fine and I'll never play it again. 6 out of 10. Thumbs up.
Dude,
next one. It's fine and
This is the modern standard right here. This is classic. This is basically like a Brave New Captain Mothman, Brave New World by Vought Studios. This is like a classic modern take on like MCU, modern Star Wars. It's fine. It's okay. There's things that are worse. It's not as bad as everyone says. Probably never going to watch it again. And that's basically what the review of the game is. It's fine. Never going to play it again. That means it's not fine. It means it's not fine.
I'll never play it again. 6 out of 10. Thumbs up. All right, here's the
6
very
out of 10.
top review.
That's a 6 out of 10. I'm never going to play it again. 6 out of 10. Fuck off. This is what I mean. Ask more from your entertainment. Demand it. People of the earth, rise up. Throw off your shackles.
Let's see what Nietzsche has to say. Gamers would have pooped their pants with joy, and this would have been Game of the Year for a generation if you released this game in 2011. If Avowed was released in 2011, gamers would shake this game's hand, give it a pat on the ass, and go, nice job, Avowed. Gamers would impregnate and support Avowed as it ran for Congress when Avowed got drafted for the...
Support. Aside from that being incredibly funny, well, you know what's so bullshit about that argument? Because that's the argument the reviewer is making. If this game had come out in 2011, which is, that's a interesting year to call out. That was the year of Skyrim. If this game had come out in 2011, goes the argument, everyone would have embraced it. It would have been game of the year 5 times, and it would have just been like, it would have been played and played. That is total bullshit, and I can prove it to you. Do you know how I can prove it? How many people are still playing Oblivion? How many people are still playing Morrowind? Brilliant, incredible games. But when Skyrim came out, gone. Nobody, memory hold. Nobody even talks about him anymore. There is only Skyrim. Why? Because Skyrim was flat out one of the best games ever created. It just was. It was better than Oblivion. The game mechanics were better. The leveling system and the combat system, the scaling of the enemies was second to none. One of the big problems with Oblivion was that as you leveled up, they would simply scale up all the bad guys you fought, so that you kind of had this weird catch-22 effect where you never felt like you were getting better in Oblivion. It just, instead of some enemies getting easier, it just felt like every enemy just kept getting harder, right? And that was one of the problems with how they designed it. Skyrim completely solved that issue. You would encounter more dangerous enemies, but at the same time, as you leveled up, earlier enemies you encountered would be easier to defeat, and that's a very satisfying feeling as a gamer. I'm getting better. Some challenges are getting easier to easy, while new challenges are emerging. That's optimal. Skyrim's landscapes, its world, everything about it was so much better. In other words, what I'm saying is Skyrim has been the darling of gamers for 14 damn years because it was that damn good. It's so good that Bethesda used to do an Elder Scrolls game every 6 years. Skyrim ended that because Skyrim is just a cash cow. It's just a money printing machine. All they have to do is remaster it every couple of years, and they never have to make another one. What a cope. What an absolute cope to say that, oh, Avowed would have been celebrated. It would have been loved. No, it wouldn't.
Korean War, gamers would say, I'll wait for you, Avowed, and I'll always love you. You come back home safe, all right? And when Avowed got mortally wounded in the last bayonet charge in military history, gamers would weep. They would weep manly tears. The president would posthumously award this game the Medal of Honor. And
wait, hold on a second. I'm sorry, I forgot. I have to address something. Ahoy, chat! Or, sorry, Tom. In the chat. Tom has arrived in the chat. Hail, Captain in chat. Nice hair's cut. Thank you, Tom. Assume you'll post, that would be the navigator on the vessel. Tom has arrived. I appreciate it. Roll tape.
Nuclear launch codes on top of its grave. We would rename the Gulf of Cones the Gulf of Avowed. Peace would be brought.
What? I don't even know why.
To the Middle East. Because Avowed has explosive barrels. Fuck you, I say we go back to 2006. In Dark Messiah, I could kick and I could kill someone with a chandelier. Let's try to kick an Avowed. Okay. Let's kill someone with a chandelier. Let's try to walk right. There we go. Okay. Now let's try to walk left. You see, there's a problem right there. But let's not act like this shit's the second coming of JFK. Your opinion is bad, and you should feel bad. But that's okay. I didn't mean that. I got caught up in the moment there. I'm sorry. Obsidian, I have lost all faith in you, and I am done being a fan. Thumbs up. 26.5 hours. Very nice. How about we change over to a negative review for a second, though? I need a palate cleanser after all that bullshit we just choked down. All right, here we go. The dialogue does not have any choices, and it's boring. Also, I was bored as shit in record time like no other game before. The combat is as shallow as a puddle. This guy's getting him. He's fucking tearing him down right now. The class 90% of people play is going to be a boring time because you barely get any abilities. God damn it. Obsidian's writing fell off of a cliff. Edit. 20 hours in and I'm questioning what it's all for. Life has lost its meaning. Food has lost its taste. I've converted to Buddhism.
I just love it that, like, he had to play the whole game only being able to move right. Because the game's so broken, he can't go forward and he can't go left. So he just played. He just played the whole game going right.
Find some peace in this mortal coil. Stop it, they're already dead. At best, wait for a sale. Thumbs up, 30 hours. Yeah, I was fucking with you that whole time. That was a positive review. Do you see what this game is doing to people? All right, we'll look at a real positive review now.
It's because the message, we worship the woke hive mind. That's what it is. It's the religion. It's diverse. It's for a modern audience. Must defend it.
This game is stunning. That's French coded language. No way this guy. I knew it. Nah. Opinion discarded. Next, insert DX11.
Nobody likes the French.
Into launch options. No need to force a Proton version. Just use default. Is this? Yeah, this whole fucking review is just a Steam Deck guy. Holy shit! I need an actual, real negative review to wet my beak. I found one. Proof. I'm not trying to pull one over on you this time. Thumbs down. 17 hours. That's enough time to really get to hate this game. Let's see what this guy has to say. This game is good. You piece of shit!
What the fuck, man? I swear to God, it's exactly like the Captain Falcon Mothman America by Vought Studios. It's bad. It's a dumb plot. They shouldn't have revealed the Hulk in the beginning. That was stupid. It was really bad CGI, but Sam Wilson deserves to be Captain. It was good. It was really good. It's like, fuck off with that shit, man.
Well, son of a bitch. What do you think? I'm some kind of clown? Do I amuse you? You know? Are you doing this to me? I'm trying to turn over a new leaf here, and you're testing me with these words. We can walk forward now. We can finally go straight to Pirate Yakuza. Fuck this game. I'm out of here. Thanks to the flock of pimps for bankrolling this video, and another huge thanks to all the pimpers for buying me a copy of Pirate Yakuza on every goddamn platform. Oh, see y'all very soon with some booty in hand.
Okay, Mr. Producer, make sure I am subscribed. Okay, thank you, Mr. Producer. I appreciate. I am subscribed to that channel. Holy shit! What a stem winder! Oh, that was fantastic. Yeah, that was so good. All right, you know what? Okay, one more time, because this was so. This was so good. Hey, hang on. I gotta find it real quick. Hang on. Where is it? There it is. Okay. I want to do this one more time. Because this is the funniest part of the video. Share screen.
I found one. Proof. I'm not trying to pull one over on you this time. Thumbs down. 17 hours. That's enough time to really get to hate this game. Let's see what this guy has to say. This game is good. You piece of shit! Well, son of a bitch.
That's literally the MCU defense. That is the Disney Star Wars defense. That is every woke video game defense. That is every single. That's like Star Wars Outlaws. You know, it's like, oh, it sucks. 17 hours in, it's good. It's okay. Like the way he says, like, they're out there shouting from the rooftops. Avowed is okay. The game mechanics are so okay. It's like. Dude, I cannot think of a better way of characterizing Captain America Brave New World. It is just amazingly okay. It is amazing how okay it is. I just have too much fun with that. I don't know about you. Grandmaster is back. Good to see a Grandmaster. Yeah, he's got razor fist energy, Fu Man Blue says. I don't think I could do... Like, I don't think I could wake up in the morning and just, you know, while I'm getting my coffee going and stuff, listen to that guy, because it's way too... He's just blasting you with so much, so fast. Like, that's a video you actually have to watch because you just want to have fun watching it. So I probably will only watch those here with you because we can have fun with them together. But, like... What a brilliant YouTube video maker that guy is. He's so that's fantastic. Grandmaster says 35. Is it really? Has it really been 35? 35 MCU movies, and this movie has only beat the Marvels after a 2-weekend release. This is not good, but surprisingly, is still making 1,000 per screen. Fu Man asking, what was the channel name? Let me grab that again for you. That was Fleekazoid. Fleekazoid. That's Fleekazoid. I'll drop it in the chat. Let me share channel. I'm going to drop a link to the video in the chat right now. I think I can do that, right? Yeah, there you go. That was Fleekazoid. There you go. No, Siri. Down, Siri. One of these days, Siri's just going to, like, order, like, you know, it's going to be like, your new Carvana car is on the way. You'll be billed $20,000. No, Siri, I didn't say yes to that. All the documents were e-signed with your Apple ID. No, I didn't order that. It's like, here's your Mercedes. It's scary, folks. Turn off your Siri. Down, Siri. Okay, did you know, folks, we've got them on the run. DEI, wokeness, far left lunacy is on the run. It's in full retreat, retreating on all fronts. And Paul Chato has an excellent video sort of breaking this down. And we've got a couple other things to call out here. You're going to love it, folks. So I'm going to give you the good news very soon. But first, the captain is going to take a short break. And then I will be back very soon. All right. Be right back. And we are back here on the Swords and Starships channel. If you're enjoying the show, like, subscribe, share it out there. Tell someone you know. There will be more videos. I'm working on more videos, so we're going to get this channel back on track. You just wait. That'll be all for the music, Mr. Producer. Thank you. Now, we got some good news to go over, but let's start with Paul Chato. I saw this video. I haven't seen it yet. I'm kind of curious what his thoughts are. I'm a big fan of his channel, and I have not seen enough of his videos lately. But let's just see where he's going with this. Share screen, Mr. Producer. Hat tip Paul Chato. Your stunning and brave woke life is boring. Deep thoughts.
Hello, denizens. Welcome to Deep Thoughts. So this video is going to get me into trouble as usual. Let me preface this by saying that if you're a harassed gay individual or an abused woman or an alcoholic or a drug addict or faced racial discrimination or believe you're trans or non-binary and for whatever reason you have gone through a terrible personal journey, I am 100% sympathetic. But from an entertainment perspective, your stories are boring. They might be uplifting to you, but we've seen them 100 times already on TV, film, and in books. And worse, it's the same arc. Abuse, addiction, isolation, hitting rock bottom, insert miracle, recovery, redemption. Of course, there are variations, but it is pretty much the same each time. And even worse, it's not like back in the 50s, when society was in flux with genuine prejudice, misunderstanding, and fear. Now it's about feelings and microaggression. We went from shows like Will and Grace, where gay characters were just gay because they were obviously gay, to shows where people are weeping about their LGBTQ plus preferences, and plots where the characters are endlessly talking about how stunning and brave they are, and writers believing these are the greatest stories of our time. Up there.
Ironically, this is exactly what Brave New World suffers from. He spends most of the movie wringing his hands. I'm not Captain. I'm not. Steve Rogers shouldn't have given me the shield. And that's the whole plot. And it's like, so the point that he's making here is that woke storytelling only cares about one thing, which is the message, which is carrying forward the idealization, the ideal presentation of their ideas. When the reality is your primary objective should be to create a story that moves and entertains the audience. And if along the way they see a different perspective, well, then so much the better. But that the objective is to tell an interesting story. You know what this makes me think of? I showed a piece of this. This is what I felt like I was watching when I was watching Brave New World. Okay, this is from this is from the Boys universe. I love this.
Ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley.
A story about a hero.
I'm not giving up on you, but you can't give up on yourself.
And the boy he taught to run.
The boy he taught to run. This is the in the Boys universe. This is within the universe. This is the trailer for the A-Train movie.
Run faster than that! I quit! Don't you bail on me! You outrun this life, you can run yourself into an early grave.
'Cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough.
Trading A-Train. That's so good. You're boring. You're so boring. Resume tape, Mr. Producer.
There with in the heat of the night. And here's the issue. No one cares, except you and your tiny posse of sycophants. Not only are your stories boring, but these stunning and brave moments are meaningless nonsense when it comes to the great dramas of the past. Generally speaking, we have it too good these days. Do you know how I know? the best literature usually came out of the greatest conflicts. Today, the greatest conflict is you're devastated that your former hero, J.K. Rowling, doesn't want male body parts in women's spaces or anything to do with Donald Trump.
They're not male. Those trans women's penises are female penises.
And in aggregate, the greatest literature has been written by men because we are willing to be excessively crude, sexual, violent, and just get to the fucking point. Women authors are swamping the bestsellers lists these days, but have you heard of any of them? Is there a Philip Roth in the bunch? Steinbeck, King, Salinger, Heller? Instead, we have Sarah J. Maas, Colleen Hoover, Frida McFadden, Emily Henry, Kristen Hanna, Abby Jimenez. And it's not like they don't sell millions of books. They do to other women exactly like themselves. I'm sure they are fine. I read summaries of these bestsellers, and there wasn't one that I was interested in. I know, it's me. Women are dominating the authorship and sales charts, but is there a zen in the art of motorcycle maintenance amongst them? How about Gravity's Rainbow, Cryptonomicon, Portnoy's Complaint, Naked Lunch? I'm not sure any of the female-managed publishing companies would even consider, something like Kerouac's On the Road today. But truth be told, I'm not seeing much in the way of
Did any of you understand a word he just said? That all went over my head.
Classics from us dudes either. Here's a quick scroll through of Time's 100 must-reads for 2024.
Ugh. God, modern books are boring. American Diva, Accordion Eulogies, All Fours, Absolution. All things are too small. These look like books that are fictional books within a fictional movie, like a movie about an author, and these are the fictional books. What else we got? The Barn, The Anxious Generation, Beautyland, The Anthropologists. God, these covers are awful.
Did you sugarcoat? Neither have I. Look, I'm not going to sugarcoat the fact that it was hard for women to get published when men dominated publishing. Hopefully, the pendulum will swing back and we can find a happy medium. Of course, the present creative landscape reflects on TV and movies. Young writers, unfortunately, are fixated on their claustrophobic intersectional lives. Just look at the explosion of street protests and college encampments. All that shouting and emotional outpouring. Is this your NAM? I can hardly wait for the movie. For all you scriptwriters who believe your personal story is something we need to hear about,
I can absolutely assure you that I, as a writer, the last thing I want to write about is my personal story. You know what? Literally the reason that I enjoy writing fiction is because I want to imagine a more interesting life. I want to tell a story about an adventure that I can't have. I want to tell stories about conflicts that are amazing and powerful and moving that I did not participate in. I want to be able to live in times I can't visit. I want to go to places that I can't see. I write specifically to get the hell out of my life. and to take the reader with me, or the viewer, as the case may be. So it's interesting he brings that up, that like, it is crazy, isn't it? That all these modern writers are obsessed with themselves. And it's like, why are you a writer? Like, to be a writer is to be able to explore anywhere you want to go. In time, space, fantasy, the future, the past, you can go anywhere. And all you want to do is bitch about your pronouns?
Please don't, unless it's better than Days of Wine and Roses, or Clean and Sober, or Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, or When Harry Met Sally. Oh, I'm sure it's going to be great because you're trans and because there is nothing more heroic than standing up to the TERFs and getting breast implants.
You know what? Honestly, I think one of the reasons why wokeness, which is a shortcut word for defining just loosely a set of beliefs, including intersectional feminism, critical race theory, radical left-wing Marxism, all those sorts of things. They're all sort of bundled up. Crazy third wave feminism, all that stuff is basically roughly wokeness. And wokeness was the attempt by all those ideologies to become cool, to become ubiquitous in all culture, and when they failed at that, to enforce their thought and speech on everyone else at the point of a very kind and loving gun. So that's what wokeness is. So why is wokeness such an attractive secular religion? Well, I think that someone looking to put a story to their life finds that attractive. And so they have found an ideology which gives them a story that makes them interesting. I'm a stunning and brave trans person. It's not that I'm just a little bit weird. It's that I've been oppressed. I've been a warrior on the front lines of the evil patriarchy. And I am in the resistance. This isn't just a nose ring, you understand. This is a statement against fascists. And so they've created a strange kind of monomyth about how interesting and amazing their life is. And then they say, well, that has to be put into a story for everyone else to enjoy. When actual writing, actual creativity is the exact opposite. It's the exact opposite. It's that I want to tell the audience a story about something they couldn't experience otherwise. I want to transport them to another world. I want to give them characters that are larger than life that they'll fall in love with. That's the real source of creativity, writing specifically. But you see, wokies can't do that because they already found a story. They found the woke story and they applied it to themselves. And their purpose is now to spread their delusions through art as propaganda to all of us, to tape our eyelids open and force us to watch it. But you see, dear sailors and starnauts, their project has failed. We have inflicted defeat after defeat after defeat on the woke project. They're on the ropes, and now they're going on the map.
And we don't care. The biggest problem with all this ham-fisted rainbow self-insertion is that it's just a faint echo of the bigger gay rights stories of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Harvey Milk was an important story. Leah Thomas, or How I Stole Swimming Trophies from Girls Half My Size, not so much. AIDS affected so many people we love. I have friends who died of AIDS. The unhappy life of non-binary is not your Norma Ray moment. All of this filters down to recent controversies around alphabet-themed books in children's libraries, mostly in schools. I just did a piece on it in this video. And weirdly, kids' books suddenly all need to have some health component, whether it's sex or body parts from mild to practically pornographic. This is the stunning and brave stuff written by sexually ambiguous authors we're celebrating with septum rings and mandatory sleeve tattoos. But I hate to tell you this, it's fucking boring. Is any of this slop better than Horton Hears a Who, The Lorax, Cat in the Hat, anything by Robert Munch, William Joyce?
Ask your question, Grandmaster. Sometimes you have to risk offense. I mean, I don't know. I guess I can't know for sure, but I don't think it'll offend me. Ask the question.
Roald Dahl? How about Magic School Bus, Blue's Clues, Chicka Chicka Boom Boom, Where the Wild Things Are, Winnie the Pooh, Aunt Ippy? How about one of the greatest kids' shows of all time, Pee-wee's Playhouse, that had a diverse cast? There are literally thousands of kids' books better than the ones progressive libraries insist on including that weirdly remind me of Soviet socialist realism. Not that the blowjobs in these kids' books aren't lovingly illustrated. My point is, they are boring. They don't fire up the imagination. In fact, the realism does the opposite. Let's expand the imagination of our kids before we crush it with reality. What is the attraction to reality anyway? I'm 70, and I still don't know. Till next.
Hat tip Paul Chato, a brilliant analysis. Now, I think it's time for some good news, my dear sailors and star nuts. Mr. Producer, I need my music. Where's my music, Mr. Producer? I mean, I think I'm playing it. I don't hear it, though. Is there music? I don't think it's working. All right. Well, we'll see if we can get it going. Anyway, that's weird. Why isn't it going? How about this one? AI generated music? No. There it goes. There we go. A momentary malfunction. Now, there was a time when the woke mind virus was ascendant. Now, they're welcome to argue their case, but we are welcome to say, we don't like your ideas. We don't like the games you produce. Well, now it's becoming popular. I have no idea if the GameStop CEO actually believes this, but check this out. Hat tip that Park Place. GameStop CEO goes off on DEI in ex-post on retail chain as retail chain looks to sell off Canadian and French locations. GameStop CEO Ryan Cohen has stirred controversy after taking to X this week, where he appeared to place the blame for GameStop's struggles and its decision to exit markets in Canada and France squarely on wokeness, diversity, equity, and inclusion. The gaming retailer, which has faced mounting challenges over the last decade, announced plans to sell its operations in both countries. In an official release, GameStop said it was evaluating international assets and intends to offload its Canadian and French branches. Shortly after the announcement, Cohen posted on X sharing his thoughts on the business climate in Canada and France. In his message, he cited high taxes, progressive policies, wokeness, and DEI as contributing factors to GameStop's decision to pull out of these markets. Quote, email M&A@GameStop.com if you're interested in buying GameStop Canada or Micromania France. High taxes, liberalism, socialism, progressivism, wokeness, and DEI included at no additional cost. Buy today. You gotta love it. Not only that one, check this one out, my dear chat. So there's been a lot of talk that Marvel Rivals might be going woke. Check this one out from Cosmic Book News. Marvel Rivals Seattle team laid off by NetEase, quote, lazy, entitled, slow, and woke. Now, hang on here. Obviously, the company did not say this publicly, but we have the scoop. Fans have been concerned. Fans have been concerned with it, learned that Chinese company, there's a grammatical error there. The company behind the popular smash hit Marvel Rivals video game has laid off its staff based in Seattle and is closing its U.S. support division. They're just closing it. However, according to reports, there is nothing to worry about, as the Seattle game developers were not the creative team behind Marvel Rivals, which is based in China. The Seattle team is said to have been developers that worked on budgets and staff, again, not creative developers. Recently, also saw the report that NetEase plans on divesting itself of numerous overseas studios, which happens to include the developer behind the diverse Star Wars Eclipse game that looks to have canceled. According to Grums, Hat Tip Grums on X, insiders filled him in that the reason NetEase is getting rid of a majority of its studios is because the Western developers are, quote, lazy, entitled, slow, and woke. Is there a difference? NetEase is also pulling funding from Western and potentially Japanese gaming studios. The CEO is said to be very unsatisfied with Western developers, calling them lazy, entitled, slow, and woke, according to a source I spoke with. That's Grums, who is from the gaming industry, and he has juice within the gaming industry. He said these are huge investments by NetEase, founded by top veterans from AAA gaming, and mostly made during the high-flying game demand driven by COVID boredom, a demand which has since contracted. We'll soon see what studios remain funded and which are left scrambling for new investors in a climate where, according to my source, it is extremely difficult to find game investors. Hat Tip Grums, and, this makes me think. This makes me think that what we really need is Sir Winston.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
We shall never surrender. You gotta love Sir Winston. I love that Darkest Hour. Do yourself a favor, watch that film. You'll love it. You'll thank me later. Well, Grandmaster, I think you know, look, I've always been a free thinker. I'm an independent thinker. I am a contradiction in terms. I think I always have been and always will be. But at the risk of boring the audience, I suppose I will address this question. I'm not offended. Grandmaster says, you have mentioned before that you are a bisexual man. You obviously hate wokeness, but what does wokeness mean to you as a bisexual man? Again, I don't ask this to offend. I want to understand. Well, it's very simple. I oppose fascism. I oppose communism. I oppose imperialism. I oppose monarchy. I oppose tyranny in all of its forms. In a word, I oppose totalitarianism. I oppose censorship. I oppose forcing your views on others. Wokeness is an ideology of force. It's not advocating for the liberation of anyone. It's advocating for the enslavement of people. Quite simply, nobody is obligated to like you, and nobody is obligated to not offend you. Freedom of speech is an absolute right. It's not granted by the government. It is secured by a just government. Free speech is protected. By a legitimate government, it is protected. But it is not granted by a government because it's not the government's to grant. It is a God-given right. It is a natural right when properly understood. In other words, you're born with it, right? Any ideology which seeks to censor speech is my enemy. It's just that simple. Conversely, I believe people are free to live their lives basically as they see fit, so long as their actions are within the bounds, obviously, of reasonable laws. They're not hurting others, right? Consenting adults and all of that sort of thing. I think as long as people are basically living their life without harming others or infringing on the liberties of others, then they should be respected and they should have equal justice under the law. That's a civic belief, right? That has nothing to do with identity. Every human being is born with that right. We hold these truths to be self-evident. We are endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. Wokeness advocates for censorship. It argues for enforcing racial quotas. It argues for literally discriminating people based on race, based on sex. It argues against scientific enlightenment. It believes there are 37 genders. There's not. There's 2. That's a biological fact. They are anti-science. They are anti-freedom. They are anti-capitalism, which by extension is freedom. What is capitalism? It's the free market. It's you have the right to sell something, and you have the right to keep the money you've earned from that sale, and people have the right to not buy what you're selling. It's simple. It's called freedom. Learn it, love it, live it. I oppose anyone who opposes that. So the fact that they claim to be advocating in the interests of some marginalized group, some minority, whether it be women, whether it be racial minorities, whether it be a religion, whether it be anyone, well, their actions contradict their statements. I don't respect anyone who doesn't have principles. Principles are, believing in the principle that freedom of speech is sacrosanct and absolute is inconvenient. Because there's a lot of people that say shit that I find abhorrent, hideous, horrific, awful. Basically, everything woke people say, let's just face it. But they have the absolute right to say it. And I would be abandoning my principles if I argued for those people to be jailed, intimidated, or censored for saying those things. Do you see what I'm saying? We make fun of the shills on this channel, but I would never, ever encourage the deplatforming of their channel. I would never encourage my audience to try to false flag them or anything. I would never encourage anything like that, ever. I would never say, the only statements that someone could make that would actually be, something that could cause legal trouble is a direct threat or a call to violence. Those are the only things. Those are not, because that's infringing on the right to life, liberty of your fellow citizen, right? That's the line. The line's very simple. The left complicates all of these things. It's just not that simple. There's marginalized people to think of. It's not simple. It's not difficult. Freedom of speech is freedom of speech. Anyone who's trying to convince you that there's all these gray areas and there's all this, no, they're full of shit. They're trying to steal your liberty. That's all they're trying to do. They're trying to mislead you and gaslight you into thinking something else. So live your best life. People have a right to not like me for any reason. So if you don't like me for that reason, and, I'm a human too. Everybody wants to be liked. Everyone wants to be appreciated and understood. But you have to allow, if you want to live in a free society, that is, you don't have to live in a free society. There's plenty of societies where there's one way things go, and, that's the way things go. And the person who gets, or the people that get to decide that are always in power, and they get to decide that. And you don't have to worry about politics in those societies. You don't have to ever think about politics. When you live in a dictatorship, you don't have to think about politics. It's already decided for you. You just do what you're told, okay? And if you want to live in that society, that's fine. But if you want to live in a free society, it comes with a trade-off. And the trade-off is you don't have a right to be liked. And that's what trans wackos don't understand. People have a right to find you gross. That doesn't mean they have a right to like take away your liberty or put you in jail or something like that. But they do, and it doesn't mean they're a good person necessarily for saying that, but they have a right to it. They have a right to that. Notice how the arguments against people who don't like Disney Star Wars or don't like the MCU is always that they're racist, they're misogynist. That is an attempt to unperson people and to delegitimize their opinions. As if to say that because Osha in The Acolyte is a stunning and brave brown person, that we have to love her character. That's a ridiculous argument. It's an argument from entitlement. It's an argument from demanding something. That's what I oppose, and that's what wokeness is. And I oppose similar efforts on the right. Because in the 90s, I remember I had to play Dungeons & Dragons on the sly. I had to play Dungeons & Dragons secretly because most of society was basically the older generations had been told by the media that Dungeons & Dragons was satanic and that it brainwashed people and that it resulted in people committing suicides when their characters got killed off, because there were these edge cases. There were these outlier stories of like some guy who had a level 60 paladin that he had had for like 20 years, and then the paladin got killed off in one game and the guy committed suicide or something. You might be able to dig and find one or two stories like that. Yeah, that's a crazy person. That's like a crazy person that does not represent, and that's terrible, and that shouldn't have happened, but that does not mean that the millions of people that play Dungeons and Dragons are going to go kill themselves if their character gets killed off. You know what I'm saying? That was coming from the right wing. It was kind of coming from both sides, frankly. But any attempt to censor creativity, I oppose, and that's why I oppose wokeness. And honestly, the only reason I've shared that aspect of myself on stream is because it's about a personal ethic of checking myself, that I'm representing myself as who I really am, and being honest, because we all tend to play to the room that we're in front of, right? If we're in front of our parents, we're usually on a little better behavior than when we're hanging out with our friends, or, that's just human nature. And so I just want to be my authentic self, but I also don't think that it's relevant to bring it up often on a live stream. I'm here to entertain you. I'm here to show you cool things. But I'm also not going to apologize for who I am. So I guess that's what it is. I don't have it all figured out. I really don't. I basically believe human beings should largely be free. They should treat each other kindly, and they should treat each other with wisdom, and all human beings should have dignity. But the human being that trods on those things does not deserve. They deserve to suffer consequences for that. So what I'm saying is, it'd be great if everyone could just live and let live, but that's not the world we live in. But I will continue to advocate for a society which gets as close to that as possible. And I will tell you, the founding documents of the United States of America, the Declaration of Independence. Where is my patriotic music, Mr.? I wish I had patriotic music for this right now, but I can't find it right now. The Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States, which are themselves documents descended from thousands of years of, Judeo-Christian ethics, Greek democracy, Roman republicanism, all of those, the Enlightenment period, the Renaissance, the Magna Carta, all of those beautiful human ideas of liberty and flourishing from religion, science, and philosophy have all been distilled into those documents, which endeavored to secure as best possible a government that would secure the natural, God-given rights that we all have, regardless of where we're born or what color we are or what gender we are or any of those things. It is the most magnificent government ever created on the face of the earth. They are the most magnificent documents ever written. They are miraculous. They are miraculous documents. People walk around saying, I know my rights. I love this scene in The Matrix when Neo says, I know my rights. You can't scare me with this Gestapo crap. You're talking about the rights that were secured in those documents, which in their time they were like nothing that had ever been written on earth. There was no other democracy on the planet when the United States of America was founded. People now take those rights for granted. Now, they've always been there, but they've usually been suppressed by a king or an emperor or something like that. It's a true miracle. And so I will continue to advocate for those ideals to which I hold. And I recognize no person that is immune from criticism who threatens those ideals. I mean, I think that any other country that was as divided as ours over the last 8 years, in almost any other type of civilization, we would have torn ourselves apart with bloodshed in the streets a long time ago. The fact that we still work it out with elections, it's pretty freaking miraculous when you really get right down to it. It's pretty miraculous. And the trade-off is it's up to us. It's up to us. We have to carry the torch. We have to carry the fire. There was a clip I was just thinking of playing. What was the clip I was thinking of playing, Mr. Producer? Oh, yes, I recall. Yes, here we go. Here we go. You'll appreciate this, Fu Man Blue. Where is Star Fury? Star Fury has missed the last 2 streams. I'm worried about Star Fury, chat. He's out there. You never know when and where he might strike. But he's a Trekkie, which is why I thought of that. Here we go. Captain Picard. It's a Captain Picard speech. It's from the episode The Drumhead, when there is this political witch hunt on the Enterprise, and an innocent man has been accused, and this crazy, like, she's basically an investigator whose father was this great, respected judge. And she's accused everyone on the ship at this point, and now the captain, of being part of the problem. So anyway, this is Captain Picard at the trial. Let's see if I can play this.
Captain, have you completely recovered from your experience with the Borg?
Yes, I have completely recovered.
Must have been awful for you. Actually becoming one of them. Being forced to use your vast knowledge of Starfleet operations to aid the Borg. Just how many of our ships were lost? 39? And a loss of life, I believe, measured at nearly 11,000. One wonders how you can sleep at night, having caused so much destruction. I question your actions, Captain. I question your choices. I question your loyalty.
You know, there are some words I've known since I was a schoolboy. With the first link, the chain is forged. The first speech censured, the first thought forbidden, the first freedom denied, chains us all irrevocably. Those words were uttered by Judge Aaron Satie.
That's her father.
As wisdom and warning. The first time any man's freedom is trodden on, we're all damaged. I fear that day.
How dare!
There you go. So that's it. That is the brilliant conclusion of Captain Picard's speech. It never gets old. And part of why it's so brilliant, it's the exact mistake that the woke left has made. They fail to understand that when they claim that they are censoring someone for good it's dangerous hate speech. What they don't understand is they just forged the first link in the chain that will chain us all. It's just that simple. It was a liberal civics teacher when I was in high school, a Al Gore voting liberal civics teacher who taught me one of the great principles of our society, which is I may disagree with every single thing you say, but I will die to defend your right to say it. That's how we should be living our lives as free citizens. And it's up to us. So I hope that squares the circle. The LGBT movement is insane. It's insane. It's fascistic. It's been completely infested with morally dubious people with creepy sexual kinks that they seem to think equate to being oppressed. I should be able to show off my public sexual hangups and be affirmed and accepted, and nobody should be allowed to be repulsed or grossed out by that, or object to their children seeing it, or else I'm being oppressed. Well, I think that's nonsense. I think that's simply evil. I don't think that has anything to do with people having the right to love who they choose. I think that is just simply an evil, sick ideology, which is attempting to brainwash and, at worst, enslave humanity. Fortunately, in 2024, they failed. Because evil always has a way of undoing itself. It always does. And they got what they deserved. They really did in the and it's not over. I think the wokies are still out there. They're still mad as hell. And I'm here to tell you their ideology is finished because we're finishing it. It's finished. Now it's still gonna cry. They're still gonna pull their crap. They're gonna have their wacko crazy town hall meetings where they threaten people. It's not gonna make a difference because we will not accept an ideology which seeks to enslave humanity. We just simply won't. So there you have it. That's my stance on it. What else, Grandmaster? You said something about you said better than Blue Beetle, Shazam's Wonder Woman 1984, Birds of Prey, The Flash. Okay, there's a long list, Grandmaster. Let's go through them one at a time. Blue Beetle, trash. Absolute trash. Shazam, I haven't seen either of those. Don't really care. Wonder Woman 1984, that's pretty bad trash. Birds of Prey, are you saying these are better than Brave New World? Birds of Prey was a complete mess. Black Adam, I actually kind of enjoyed Black Adam. I actually enjoyed Black Adam a little bit. Suicide Squad 2021, I actually didn't see it all the way through. Perhaps Captain America should move from MCU to DCEU. Honestly, I think Brave New World is on par with Blue Beetle for me. Yeah, maybe. It's maybe a shade better than Blue Beetle, I would say. It's better than Birds of Prey. It's better than Wonder Woman 1984. I will say Brave New World is better than The Flash, only because The Flash is so bleak and miserable. Yeah, you may have a point there. You may have a point, my dear Grandmaster. Okay, what is next in the stack of stuff? Okay, I came across, so Mahler and the boys have been keeping an eye on the Disney shills for us. And apparently, some Disney shills will cry over literally nothing. This is what the video is saying. And I just got curious. The captain is a curious man. And so I wanted to review this video with you. I love EFAP highlights because, look, not all of us have 8 hours on a Friday to watch every frame of pause. I don't have 8 hours, to go through. It's a wonderful 8 hours, but I don't have that kind of time. But EFAP highlights gives us the whole thing in like 10 minutes. So here we go. We'll check it out. If I'm not feeling it, we'll move on to the next video, but let's roll tape.
Okay, so Collider are the people that Red Letter Media make fun of a lot for essentially being the most shill podcast there is for Star Wars. They basically just everything that is new that comes out of Star Wars is great. They have loads of merchandise. They always talk about how amazing everything is. And the guy who's one of the main people there is pissed off because Disney didn't invite him to, I guess, the Star Wars celebration. And then he asked them to, specifically, and he didn't get a reply, and he's really pissed about that. Pissed to the point where he doesn't want to shill for the Star Wars
Well, I'm glad that you learned your lesson.
Wait, what?
I know, right?
I can't believe that he stopped shilling for them after he wouldn't get an invite.
Well, it's
Like,
not that
dude,
simple, though,
come
is
on.
it? Because the thing is, when you're a paid shill, you can't go off script. You'll get in trouble. And so this thing is going viral, and it's hilarious because, yeah, just watch what happens.
Well, I mean, at the time, again...
Yeah, so the angry dude is on the right, and then the others are just listening to him and getting increasingly concerned because all of them are paid to be here, as far as I understand it.
I have to make sure I understand what Mahler's saying here, so I have to review this just a little bit.
What was it, celebration? And then he asked them to, specifically, and he didn't get a reply, and he's really pissed about that. Pissed to the point there is pissed off because Disney didn't invite him to, I guess, the Star Wars celebration.
Okay, so the shill is pissed off because he didn't get invited to the Disney Star Wars celebration. Okay.
And then he asked them to, specifically, and he didn't get a reply, and he's really pissed about that. Pissed to the point where he doesn't want to shill for the Star Wars...
Okay. I'm kind of... So the shill's mad because shilling ain't paying anymore. I demand to be paid.
They'll get in trouble. And so this thing has been going viral, and it's hilarious because, yeah, just
When is Takashi Yamazaki gonna send me all of my chests full of money for shilling for Godzilla -1? I feel I'm entitled.
watch what happens.
Well, I mean, at the time, again...
Yeah, so the angry dude is on the right, and then the others are just listening to him and getting increasingly concerned because all of them are paid to be here, as far as I understand it.
We already had it. We had our show. We booked out our show a couple weeks in advance, and I didn't even know. So Doreena's coming on today, and I had to leave early and schedules and stuff too. And I don't even know if Christina is in. I don't even think she's in LA. I think she came in. I don't even know where she is.
I know you've admitted to it being butthurt, but I still think, Christian, like, if you, not that you're asking my opinion, but I'm going to give it because I guess that's why I'm sitting here. I still think you should do your part of doing your job
and
is
talk about it. Yeah, but I'm going to be stubborn and say I don't want to.
Okay.
You're
don't.
going to, though.
What's that?
You're going to.
I don't want to.
No, because it's our coverage. Haley's got a lot of really good interviews with Imagineers that she's going to be posting.
So first of all, I don't want you to do that on the air. You can call me in afterwards. So you know what? So then someone else hosts the show today.
So, like, first of all, so that guy's like a manager of some kind, and he's basically like, "Oh, you're doing it." The guy's like, "I don't want to do it." First of all, don't do this live, guys. Like, this is the worst thing you could ever do.
Dude, this is like a repeat of the Dusty and Creationist Cat podcast that failed after one episode.
Fuck it, let's just air this out. Let's air out all of our dirty laundry live. And we're both fucking idiot retard, but you knew that's Dusty and Creationist Cat.
And yeah, just for clarification, chat probably knows more about this than I do. I only know about this from vague context. You'll never catch me watching Collider, unironically.
Someone else hosts the show today. You don't have. This is the second time you've done this. The first time you've done this, you burst in the door.
This is the most unbelievably embarrassing, unprofessional thing. When you see people doing this on a podcast or publicly, like this happens on the Tim Pool show. He'll have an absolute like internecine fight over staffing on his own podcast. It's like, oh my god, if the Swords of Starship channel ever does something like this, you have my permission to absolutely roast me. Like, because I would deserve it. It's such bad leadership. It is such bad leadership, and it's such bad professionalism to do this. You don't do this on the...
Burst in the door, screamed at us because we played the YouTube video and we didn't know it. That was the first time.
I went in to let you know that you have been taken off the air already.
I know, but you screamed at us for
I didn't scream.
You didn't? Roxy, did he yell at us?
I said, hey.
Look at this. He yelled at me.
Looks so uncomfortable.
Yeah, all these, just keep an eye on the faces of these other three people because they're just like, what the fuck is happening?
I'm on it, man.
Roxy, did he yell at us?
There's a clip. It's pretty...
The answer is yes.
You yelled at us, and you embarrassed us in front of Kate Mulligan, who was sitting here too. If you want to do this on the air, I'll do it on the air. I would much rather
you started this on the air. You brought You started the show by saying you're not going to talk about it on Jedi Council, which is your show.
Okay.
But you're not the producer of it, and
I am actually.
You're actually not.
Yes, I am. I'm actually. That was the deal I made with Fernandez.
No,
I'm also
actually,
just the same way you didn't know. The same way you did. The same.
Folks, we are watching a shill on shill crime. Oh no, there's trouble in paradise.
Oh
Why are
God,
you doing
everyone's
this
like,
live?
Collider live.
Everyone's telling me the Ori trailer's playing at the moment at E3.
Oh,
Watch it later.
Yeah, we can watch it later.
Yeah, someone will upload it by the time that we're still doing this, so we can watch it live.
I was the fucking head of development.
Reaction.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, all of us are reaction. I mean, me and you are definitely invested. Rags, do you like Ori? I forget.
Fuck animals.
There you go.
One point ahead of content. Or you're like, oh, I think you just had a development. I walk into Fernandez. I go, can you clear it up? Content and development. To which now is not the case. You are, and I get it. But first of all, if you want to do this on the air, we do it on the air. Yeah. But I am absolutely not talking about it today. You can have Roka host it. How about that?
I mean, if you don't want to host the show because
I don't want to.
Oh, I'm so sorry you didn't get to go last night.
You're welcome. See, you can if you want to do this again, we can do it all the only because you.
So he's mad. So he's mad because he didn't get his invite. He didn't get his Disney shill goodie bag, and he didn't get his laminated Disney press pass, and he didn't get to go hang out with Dave Filoni and Leslie Headland and all the other Disney people. He didn't get to hang out with any of them, so he doesn't want to do a show about anything Disney. Fuck that. Oh, this is pathetic. Oh, this is so pathetic.
You have the same thing, and what people also don't realize with you, you act hot-headed. You act hot-headed all the time.
What do you even do? If you were a guest on this show, you'd be like,
I mean, I know that I'm being recorded, so I just stand there. I just be like, dead-eyed.
I just pull my phone out and be like,
and stare right at the camera. Just not move a muscle. Just sit there and smile.
You look at the girl on the left, like she's like going out of her way not to look at him. She's like, I just don't want to be.
Because the worst part is they're being filmed in addition to being recorded, so they can't even like every facial tick is being recorded.
Wait, this is how you lose your job.
You scream and yell at people, but you want to do it now, we can do it now.
You don't want to cover Collider's content, is what you're just saying on Collider Live. The show's called Collider Live. It's not the Christian show. It's called Collider Live, and it's called Collider Jedi Council.
I have been in so many like corporate meetings, where there were tensions. Or there was. It wasn't even necessarily like there was a personal issue, but there was like an issue with a project or a disagreement that was sort of flaring up. And usually, what you would hear is someone saying, "Let's talk about that offline." Yeah, I hear you. Let's talk about that offline. Or, you know what? Come to my office after the meeting, and yeah, let's talk about that. The idea being like, we're not going to have this argument in this meeting in front of everyone. Like, that's not going to happen. And it's amazing how just your garden variety corporate environment, which I generally despise being a part of just because I just don't like that lifestyle. But like, even there, people are more professional. This is the most unprofessional thing. And it's not just because of the guy bitching. It's the leader, the guy who's saying like, oh, we got to have this conversation. It's like, you are a shit leader. He should have immediately said like, you know what? I hear what you're saying. Let's talk about this offline. Okay, you don't want to do the show. Yeah, let's talk about this offline. And get them back on topic. And then you have this argument after the show. Like, it's so bad that honestly, I think they're enjoying it. This is probably more interesting content than they've made in the last year.
Well, there's a lot of really good coverage.
Well, maybe we should change that. Maybe we'll change that, and we'll have other conversations.
Really good coverage that Collider's doing from.
Oh Galaxy's my God! Why didn't they cut the stream?
I know that's the obvious fucking choice. They've taken this down, obviously, but everybody's still commented on it. It's hilarious, and it's a look into like. It's not fun to have your opinions bought for you. Really not fun, especially when you actually want to make some form of a stand. Now, I actually think that his stand is kind of childish. They didn't invite me. It's like, okay.
Oh yeah, it's really stupid, but Christ.
This the fascinating point that Mahler's making. It's like this is the price of having opinions bought for you. What a great way of putting it. Because think about it. This guy is basically saying, if I don't get my goodies and my perks, I don't want to do this, right? He's not there because he's passionate about the work. He's not passionate about Disney. He's not there because he's passionate about being a critic and doing the work of being a critic. He is there because he wants the goodies. He wants the prestige. He wants the connections. This is who these people are. This is who these people that call us racists and bigots and homophobes because we don't like a Disney movie or we don't like the Ray movie or whatever it is. They think we need to be deplatformed and all that stuff. This is who they are. They're just mercenaries. They're just people that they want stuff. They're here for stuff. They want their free shit. They want their clout. They don't give a crap. They're not doing this for the passion.
And he's like, that's it. I don't want to do the thing. And then it's like, no, you have to do the thing. That's what your job is. It's like, oh.
I don't want to cover it at all. That's just really bizarre.
Okay, good. There's blue milk and there's people dressed in costumes. That's it. All right, moving on. All right.
Oh my God, that's priceless, man. Oh, he just admitted it. He just said the quiet part out loud. He just admitted what he really thinks. Oh, that's fucking blue milk. Who cares? Admit it. It sucks. It sucks. You know it sucks. You just won't admit it. Oh, but now you will because Disney gave you the cold shoulder, shill.
So,
folks, listen. Shillery by proxy. It's a terrible disease. It's a crippling disease. They suffer, folks. They suffer. Look at, what do I always tell you about shillery by proxy, the disease from which the shill suffers? Do I have? I do have it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Producer. I appreciate it. The shill suffers a terrible fate. The basic functions of life are almost impossible. No matter what Disney does to them, they're almost incapable of ever having a negative opinion. And when they suffer the mildest shock to their crazy worldview, look at how they collapse. This is a man in pain. This is why, with your donation of just $1 today, for the Hope for Shills Network USA, you can sponsor a shill. You will receive a picture of your sponsored shill showing you their progress and being assured of how they have improved. They will send you regular letters in crayon apprising you of their progress. Save the life of a shill. Mr. Producer, this is so sad. I can't take this anymore. It's like the puppies. The puppies that are suffering on is it the Sarah McLachlan music?
Next, you want to still talk about this?
Also, you did Catch Me Outside, How About Dat, which I was really appreciative in that argument.
But I just don't. What is it?
You remember that girl went on Dr. Phil?
Catch Me Outside. I just don't understand.
How about that?
But why do that on the air? Why do that on the air?
Why would you start this on the air?
Because you can have a conversation with me after.
They'd ended it and then they started back. I was like, no.
Afterwards and say to me, hey, I wish you.
Do you see she tried to rescue it? She was like, oh, it was cool that you said this thing. And then he brought it back. And it's like,
You wouldn't have done that. But I said you want to come in the same way because I didn't call you out when you came in here, embarrassed us in front of Kate Mulligan when she's sitting there.
She's Kate
Mulligan. Felt like, oh my God.
No idea,
I
but
guess
apparently
it's
this has happened before.
Chick in the black over there? Black hair, maybe?
Oh, it could be, yeah.
So our producer here at EFAP has never ever on air while we're live in our studio, and this never happened to us. We're very professional. We're talking about our producer.
Pretty sure he's the manager of EFAP. I'm not sure if he's a producer.
We're talking about the producer,
Mhm.
the one who produces.
Different
if you
things,
understand what I mean, the one who produces the cash money that keeps the studio lights on. You know,
Yeah,
who pays the property taxes. Which is where they get you, by the way.
Balin says, "Wow, I wasn't invited to Tommy's birthday party. I don't want to do my job." Frank, you're 35. Do your job or you're fired.
This is the thing. Like, really awkward.
God, is this the way they do business? That was embarrassing.
This is why I'm very, 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 very picky about sponsorships.
Yeah.
And I have to know all this shit beforehand. That's why with the watch thing, I knew everything going beforehand. I've got this watch next to me right now. I'm gonna wear it tonight. I'm gonna be wearing it tonight. And I gotta be like
my most
February
anticipated
11th.
game of the
Look,
No,
it's okay, dude.
I'm
It's
mad.
okay. It's gonna be even better than you thought.
I mean, I'm
now.
not really mad, obviously.
Mention it and talk about it, but you
was
do that because you knew.
that we got a strike on the channel.
How do we so tell the producer? We didn't know that. We had no idea that just the audio was going to do
Cyberpunk was
that.
postponed to
We had no
2020.
idea.
God damn it.
Sorry. Well.
So it's really only Doom Eternal this year then. Yay.
Well, that's
Dawn
the thing.
Eternal.
Like, that's the thing about E3. Like, people say, "What do you think about E3?" It's like, I don't shit on E3. Like, I don't know if I could stress how little I care about E3 because there's been all these games that get trailed out throughout the year. You know, like the games I've been reviewing, like the Plague Tale is great, Void Bastards is great. You have all these games that come out throughout the year, and so they're fantastic.
Video over it, and it doesn't ever get strikes. It just gets the demonetization.
No, it does when you live stream, and I've said that 1,000 times.
Never to me.
Yeah, no, I've told everyone on the show.
Never to me. I've never heard that.
Embarrassing.
Well, I apologize for not letting you know explicitly that was a bad idea.
But it wasn't a matter. But what I'm telling you is it's not a matter of you.
The guy's face.
He's just like, and the chick sitting across from him did that thing with the lips that white people do, where they kind of bite their lips a little bit.
Like, when you come in here and you
Just
say to
trying to
me, if
contain
you would have said that
themselves.
day, if you would have come in here and
passing
hey
a
guys,
phone
look,
between
you streamed it,
It's like, here, look at this. It'll be less
Okay,
awkward.
but you
I like
you
to
take
imagine
people-
that they're just looking at me.
There's a dick butt on there.
Corbin, you're like, see, we're shut down, we're done.
Oh my
It's so
God.
embarrassing.
We all know how that door slams open. That had nothing to do with my tone.
Okay, all right.
Talking
Oh
about
my
the
god, this is so pathetic. That had nothing to do with my tone. You see, folks, when I imitate the shill, is my impression dead on accurate, or is it dead on accurate? Like he's like, no, that's not what I did. That's not that's not my tone.
mechanics
So
of the
everyone
door
else, though,
opening
who
right
again, I
now
was
is what
calm
we're
for that.
doing.
I'm looking forward to hearing you guys talk about Galaxy's Edge and all of Collider's really good content.
You're gonna fucking talk about it, and you're gonna fucking like it. You are gonna. I'll take it, Shill. I'll take it. You work for Collider. You will fucking report on Galaxy's Edge. Oh, they hate it. It's garbage. Folks, have you taken a moment today to be grateful you're not a shill? Seriously. Look at the life that they lead. I mean, their opinions are decided for them. Well, I was just saying, you can live in a free society where you have to worry about politics, which is annoying. Let's face it. We kind of all hate it. Oh, I don't want to talk about politics. Or you can live in a society where your politics is decided for you, and you just hope that the black cars don't come to your apartment tonight. Those are your two choices, right? This is the guy living in the society where his opinions are decided for him, and he just has to make sure that the black car doesn't show up at his apartment. And look what he's doing. He's challenging the state. He's right now poking the dictator in the eye, and the dictator is saying, "Oh, you're gonna fucking do what I tell you, or you're gonna fucking disappear." That's basically, you're gonna disappear from the internet. It's a metaphor. And he's a slave. That's what he is. He's a slave. He has to say what they want. He has to do what Disney wants, and he has to be grateful. He has to be grateful for what Disney gives him, and he's got to like it. I'm so grateful I'm not a shill. It would be hell. It's probably why I'm poor. It's probably why I'm sitting here trying to make a go of it on YouTube. Giving it one for the Gipper. Take a moment to thank God that you are not a shill. This could have been you. This could have been you. Just he's been bottling it up for years, so just taking that shit passive aggressive like, excuse me, Phil, I don't think I saw the cover sheet on your TPS report for the Collider article the other day. And he's like, oh, I'll get it to you one of these days. It's like, okay, well, just hoping you get that soon. Then he's, I hate that little shit. I hate him. I hate Galaxy's Edge. It sucks. It's boring. Nobody wants to stay at that stupid hotel. And then he's like, oh, I got to talk about the Acolyte. The Acolyte, it sucks. It's boring. It's a weird show. I don't like it. Lesbian witches. Power one, power many, but I got to act like I like it. But at least I get the goodies. At least I get the laminated badge. And then one day the gravy train backs up. It just gets backed up like a clogged sewer. Hey, where's my gravy? And he's just, that bottled up hatred. Don't be that guy. You don't want to be this guy. Okay, that is what can happen to you if you're a shill. That's a terrible fate, folks. That's a terrible fate. Crowbar the Skull says, what good does it do a man to win the world but lose his soul? No good at all, Crowbar. Well said. I love that. I love that. In fact, I think it's time, my dear chat. It's time to immerse ourselves. Look, there's very little hope for this man. I'm going to level with you. There's very little hope for this man. He suffers from a terrible disease. It's congenital. It's incurable. The prognosis is grim. It's called shillery by proxy, and you've seen with your own eyes the terrifying, mortifying result. The man destroyed his career on a podcast like that. It's not even his fault. It's the disease. And you might think that there's no hope for anyone that's contracted this illness. They're doomed to suffer. However, there is a man, a scholar, a researcher, an expert, you might say, named Grizzy. He studies the shill. He documents their disease painstakingly in the hopes that one day they might be cured of their shillery and rejoin the ranks of regular functional humans. But until that day, his prescription is simple: heaping helpings of ridicule and hilarity at their expense. Mr. Grizzy, let's take it away. It seems that there are still shills for the Acolyte. There are still Acolyte shills.
So I am sure you all remember how triggered Acolyte shills like this got
shill face
over the show's justifiable cancellation.
Who doesn't want to see more Plagueis? Who doesn't want to see more Chimera? Who doesn't want to see more Vernestra and see how she and Chimera had that?
Vernestra? Oh my God. I'm telling you, okay, listen. Derpy comes into the chat and tells me he loves Brave New World, and that's fine. I understand. There are things in it to like. I respect that opinion. That's an honest opinion. I respect an honest opinion. Okay. But if Derpy comes into the chat and tells me that Vernestra is a great character, well, some doesn't smell right. That doesn't pass the spell test, because Vernestra, her entire performance, she talked like this. And she said, we have to investigate. We have to investigate these murders. Worst acted, worst character. I've probably seen it at a TV show. If I would vote Vernestra the lamest character in a mainstream production of 2024. That this shill, there's no one on Earth that can make a plausible case for Vernestra. It's not possible.
Falling out and ended with her lightsaber on his back, giving him this massive scar, turning him to the dark side. Who doesn't want to see
your floppy lightsaber? That you may keep.
that?
I don't know, maybe real Star Wars fans, perhaps?
Are we stupid? Have we lost our goddamn minds?
Triggered.
Well, here we are just about 6 months later now, and this guy is still triggered.
Yeah. I love this.
Find me one.
He has the before and after. So on the left, he's got August 2024, and on the right, February 2025. It's exactly the same. It's just funny.
This guy is still triggered.
Yeah. Find me one spot in this Acolyte show. Find me one. I've been looking for 8 months. Where it breaks canon. Where it breaks the lore of Star Wars.
Okay.
Well, I'll just let Grizzy cook here.
Okay, that sounds like a challenge.
Anakin conceived by the Force. And then the twins conceived by the Force in lesbian witch ritual. They got the lifespan for Ki-Adi-Mundi wrong. Yoda does not sense the deaths of several Jedi. Sith reveals him to the Jedi and then lets him go. And the Sith were not supposed to have been known to the Jedi for 1,000 years.
How the fuck did this show not get a second season?
Oh, that's a big boy, isn't he?
Okay, let's explore that, shall we? You know, because according to you, the show is just so perfectly written.
The show was so geniusly written. From start to finish, everything was just spot on.
No.
There's a point where this show has to get a second season because the first season story was so good.
Absolutely fucking not.
And the characters you set up are so important. It's Darth Plagueis. It's Palpatine's master. At some point, that story has to be told.
You know, I look at all of this garbage, sewer runoff that Disney Plus has produced, that Disney has produced in the Star Wars universe over these last several years. And I'm able to divorce those things from the original 6 films, the prequels, and the original trilogy. I'm able to do that. Okay. But if I were like this shill, and I actually believed, like I watched The Acolyte, and I looked at it as like, this is absolute canon, I would be done with Star Wars. I would no longer find Yoda to be a good character. I would really be disgusted with the Jedi and the whole concept. I'd really be over that completely. I would be bored as hell with the Star Wars universe. I really would look at the original films as a waste of time. I would look at them as a waste of time for ever having cared about them if I agreed with this shill that all of this crap is canon. Like, if I looked at it as this is canon and I'm learning more about the Star Wars universe, I'd be like, oh, then I wasted my time on the Star Wars universe and it's dead to me. So I'm not even saying that, I'm not even coming at the shill saying he's wrong or that he's full of crap or that he doesn't really believe what he's saying. I'm saying if you believe this, then I think Star Wars is crap. It's fucking garbage and always has been. If I am thinking the way this shill is. Fortunately, I don't see it that way. I just see the Acolyte as a bunch of garbage that a low IQ, low talent, and very unfortunate looking woman, lesbian Headland, crapped out of her diseased, depraved mind.
That story was told in the Darth Plagueis novel in the Expanded Universe. Great book, great story, and unlike the Acolyte, it ties into Episode 1 perfectly.
I find it so hard to accept the fact that there's not going to be a second season of this show. Think about how it ended. You have one of the greatest characters ever introduced in Star Wars ever in Chimere.
Bullshit! Luke Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Darth Vader, Princess Leia, Han Solo are characters that we are still talking about today, 50 years after we first met them. Is anyone still talking about Chimere 6 months after we first met him?
Only the weird Raylos. Crowbar the Skull with a $5 super chat. Why? For the Save the Shill Fund. Why? Crowbar. Crowbar, your generosity does you great credit, sir. That is so wonderful. Mr. Producer, why, Crowbar, you have just saved a life. Your donation will save the life of a shill and spare them a measure of their suffering. Thank you, Crowbar. I truly appreciate it. You are generous of spirit. That's for Crowbar. And save the life of a shill. They suffer. They suffer, chat. Skunksworks says, no, not Shellface. No, Shellface. Grandmaster says that guy is cuckoo. Skunk says, 15-year-old son just told me I'm going to play Halo on Legendary. I said, that shit is going to turn you into a man. Then he said, but I'm just going to play 1 to 3 since those are the good ones. That's my boy. Yeah, you know what? You know what? We're going to do something special for you, Skunks, after we finish this video. But you know what? Maybe we'll do it after the video. Don't let me forget. Something special for you in honor of your son. Skunks Workshop. Crowbar. Do you like that, Crowbar? Good. No. Listen. You don't Crowbar. The relationship doesn't end. Yeah, he says, I'm so happy. But it's even better than that, Crowbar, because your relationship with your sponsored shill doesn't end with your $5 donation. You will receive a commemorative picture of your sponsored shill in the mail once a month. And you can post it on your refrigerator so you can look into the eyes of the life you've saved. That you've saved, Crowbar.
Besides these Disney shills who are paid to, of course.
Look, Crowbar, you've saved one of these.
First met him. Besides these.
You've saved a life somewhere in this picture. You've saved a life, Crowbar.
Disney shills who are paid to, of course. Is he going to be a character we look back on years and decades into the future in the same light we look back on these characters now? The answer obviously is no. Moving on now, and the meltdown continues with Ki-Adi-Mundi.
You're complaining about Ki-Adi-Mundi being there, retconning a...
Yes! Yes! You fucking donkey! Yes, you fucking gaslighting donkey! You literally have staked your entire case on how this show is perfectly in line with canon, and now you're about to dismiss people objecting to Ki-Adi-Mundi's age breaking canon. Do you see what I mean when I say that wokies have no principles? He's literally contradicted his own argument. Either canon matters or it doesn't, asshole.
Legend story, which, by the way, let me pull this up. I forgot how heated the Acolyte got me. All right, let's do this.
I like how you just admitted that you are triggered by any and all criticism of this show. And you're wrong, by the way. The Insider's Guide for Star Wars Episode 1, an exclusive look at the sights, sounds, and characters from Star Wars Episode 1, presented by LucasArts, lists Ki-Adi-Mundi's age at the time of Episode 1 at, look at that, 60 years old.
That is brilliant. Grizzy brought the receipts from an old school. Dude, this is what being a fan used to be like. You know, I remember being a Star Trek fan and asking for Christmas. For Christmas, I got the Star Trek Encyclopedia. I got the blueprints to the Enterprise D. I got the Star Trek star charts. And Star Wars had all that stuff too. That is absolutely a brilliant... He's bringing the receipts, folks. That would be Grizzy.
It's backed up by a trading card which released to coincide with Star Wars Episode 2, which in canon takes place 10 years after Episode 1. And look at that, Ki-Adi-Mundi's age is listed at 70 years old.
Spot on, perfectly placed. Ki-Adi-Mundi being there is so important to the story.
No, Ki-Adi-Mundi being there breaks canon because he shouldn't even be born yet for about another 40 years or so. And that's...
So Acolyte takes place 100 years before the events of Episode 1. In Episode 1, Ki-Adi-Mundi is 60 years old, so he would have had to be exactly a century old for that not to break canon. And this shill, who just told you that the Acolyte didn't break any canon, no canon was broken, literally doesn't give a shit that they broke canon.
It's not expanded universe canon, or as the shills call it, legends canon.
You're complaining about Ki-Adi-Mundi being there, retconning a legend story.
This is George Lucas canon. Bitch. So he next turns his attention to the Acolyte.
Oh, God. Everything about the Acolyte makes me need to take a shower. This show makes me need to take a shower. I feel grimy after I've watched it because it's like being inside the diseased mind of Leslie Headland, the former personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein. And it shows. It fucking shows in the creepiness of almost everything in this show.
Episode 3 and the lesbian space witches, and proceeds to accuse...
Yeah, and following on from your question earlier, Grandmaster, you might be sensing, because I'm criticizing the lesbian space witches. I don't have anything against the of people being lesbians. Like, live your best life. Have a great time, ladies. My issue is stop presenting creepy propaganda as if it's advancing some kind of cause. It's not. Second of all, people have a right to not like it for any reason. But thirdly, I mean, my real issue with the show is that there's a lot of, groominess going on here. Okay. That's what creeps me out about it.
The fans of being upset that witches are women.
You almost look stupid. No, you do look stupid. You do look stupid if you're crapping on the show because you can't get over the fact that the witches, or you're calling these witches these lesbian witches.
Hey.
No. See, that's how the gaslighting works. You don't like it because they're lesbians. No. The show made that the issue. The show made it the issue because it went out of its way to present that to the audience. They couldn't just be witches. They couldn't just be the witches of Dathomir. They couldn't just be doing their thing. No, it had to be, I conceived them and I created them and all this crap. They're the ones cramming this down our throat. We're simply looking at what's there. But put that aside for a second. Look, this is their project, not ours. They're the ones that make this an issue and everything. But put that aside for a second, because what the real issue is it's a tonal and lore mismatch for the Star Wars universe. Look, all kidding aside, I find the idea of witches in Star Wars kind of fucking stupid, okay? The Force is cool. The Force is awesome. It never, ever needed some stupid introduction of witch covens. I don't like it. I don't even care much for the Clone Wars exploration of it. I just think it's a mismatch with the Star Wars universe. I would be much more interested in exploring different Force cults and whatever, but specifically the witches, we're getting in the weeds here. And that's but even then it's possible. It's possible to weave them into the Star Wars canon, I think, in a way that would match the tone and motifs of Star Wars. This show just isn't it. And that's the issue, Shill.
Dumbass, your hero, Leslie Headland, actually came out and said that this was the gayest Star Wars to date. But that's fine. We can just ignore that.
I mean, are you dumb? Witches have been in Star Wars for over a decade, probably over 2 decades at this point, where they've always been girls.
So it's not the fact that the episode was terrible and had one of the cringiest scenes ever put on television.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
It's not the fact that Leslie Headland put lesbian characters in the show to be a self-insert for herself. And it's not the fact that the episode breaks canon multiple times. It's the "you all hate women in Star Wars" argument again.
Like, the complaints about the Acolyte show were so far-fetched, so grasping at straws that it was insane. Like, you're complaining about witches being females.
So after the meltdown, the Disney shill coping begins, and, maybe, just maybe, if Andor, the Mandalorian...
What was his chat saying? I'm curious what his chat was saying there. Hang on.
So after the...
Witch lady, because she put her hands up and not being able to save 2 children as a Jedi Master, even though she should know size doesn't matter. I didn't catch the first part of that. That's not the same as being corrupts and bad guys. Here's one. Mike, people don't like this show for reasons you aren't acknowledging. His own chat is pushing back on him. In a pretty reasonable way, too. They're just like...
meltdown, the Disney shill...
That's a great point. There's this guy in his chat who's saying, Mike, people don't like this show for reasons you aren't acknowledging. That is all we're saying. That's all we're saying. See, that's really the issue here. This is what the real culture war is. One side is presenting propaganda, and when we object to it, they won't acknowledge our actual objections or opinions. Do you notice it? That's the whole purpose of the racist, sexist, bigot, homophobe argument, is they are framing every single thing we say in such a way as to not acknowledge what we are saying. It's fascinating, isn't it? Why do I oppose wokeness? Because wokeness is an ideology founded in lies and delusion. It literally can't exist without lies, delusion, and basically censorship of truth. That's the only way it exists. Because they create a fantasy in their heads. Oh, I don't know, such as like women look great with shaved blue hair and nose rings, that's really hot and sexy, and maybe that does the job for some, I don't know. But whether or not it's true, they present it as true and attempt to enforce that reality on the rest of us. And when we reject it and we're like, that's not very cool, I don't like that, she's not very interesting, they frame it as, you don't like women, which is a way of not acknowledging what we're actually saying.
Coping begins, and, maybe, just maybe, if Andor, the Mandalorian and Grogu, and Ahsoka are good, we get some W's for Disney Star Wars, then maybe we'll get the Acolyte Season 2 still.
You have to think, okay, we racked up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wins in a row. Let's give the fans what they want, or certain fans what they want. And that is the continuation of the Acolyte story.
Interesting choice of words. Give certain fans what they want, which is a continuation of the Acolyte story.
You have to be blind to not see the fact that there are Star Wars fans out there that really want a second season of this show. And it's not just like 10 people.
So what he's saying here...
Dude, every single comment in his chat, too, is basically making logical, fair, reasonable arguments about why the show failed. It's so funny, because they're not even being mean to him. They're just saying, well, based on the numbers of the show, it didn't perform well, and it makes sense that it was canceled. He has a really reasonable chat. It's pretty funny, actually. His chat is... But none of them agree with him. They don't agree with him. It's so bizarre. I mean, if it's honest to God, your opinion, fair enough, but it's just strange. It's just strange to me. I sense that this guy, maybe he just wants Star Wars to be good, and he just can't accept it, that it's not.
Is a continuation of the Acolyte story.
You have to be blind to not see the fact that there are Star Wars fans out there that really want a second season of this show. And it's not just like 10 people.
So what he's saying here is that Disney Star Wars...
Okay, fine. That's fair. I guess maybe it's 20. It could be 20. That's possible.
You need to give me what I want. And you need to give all the Disney shills what they want. And that is the key to success.
You might have to wait who knows how many years, but for just people to calm down. People to just maybe go rewatch it.
I only have one reply to that. Yeah, maybe you just want us to calm down. We've also heard it said another way. Maybe we'll finally just leave the fandom, just go away, calm down, give up, eventually forget about our objections to the utter destruction and trashing of the franchise we love. Maybe one day it'll all just be water under the bridge, no big deal. And you know what I have to say to that?
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
That's right, Shill. We will fight on the beaches. We'll fight on the hills. We'll fight on the landing grounds. We will never surrender. We will never let this go. It's never gonna happen. Leave the fandom. Never, Shill. Never. The Acolyte is dead. And it ain't ever coming back. We may not be able to save Star Wars, but we'll damn sure avenge it. You better believe it. You better fucking believe it. It's just never gonna happen. Disney Star Wars sucks. Learn it, love it, live it, cry about it.
I think their lives.
All right, guys. Thanks for watching. Make sure to check out some...
Hail, Grizzy! A man, a legend. We will avenge Star Wars and we will build new things. In fact, your dear captain of the Swords and Starships channel and our very own Skunks Workshop, we're working on things. We're joining forces to create something new. And more will be said of that soon. Leave the fandom? Never! Oh, they're salty. We defeated the Acolyte! We defeated it! And it ain't ever coming back. Okay. I owe you something, Skug, so hang on. I love that Crowbar. I love you're so happy that you're gonna get a picture of your Shill. I know, it's so beautiful, isn't it? It's the miracle of giving, you know? He said, yes, I'll frame it. I'll put it on my wall. Yes, he did. Yes, he did, Fu Man Blue. He says, come on, Crowbar didn't sign up for all that shit. Yes, he did, because he's a humanitarian, is our Crowbar. Skunk said Jinx can pull it off. I'm missing some part of that. Crowbar the Skull says woke fans. Okay, let's pivot. Skunk's Workshop said that his son is going to play Halo 1, 2, and 3. And by the way, Halo 1, 2, and 3 are masterpieces. They're excellent. And he's going to play them on Legendary, which means he's very shortly going to be hating his life. But he refuses to play beyond that. Now, listen, I actually like Halo 4. I do. I actually like the story of Halo 4 kind of a lot because it's just Master Chief and Cortana. It's kind of their story, and it just went off the rails after that, which kind of sucks. But I also like that we finally got to see the UNSC Ascendant. So, you know, the villain was a little bit generic, though. I will say that. This was one of the greatest things I had ever seen when it came out. It was unbelievable. Totally blew me away. I think I've got it here. Do I have it? Yeah, I have it. I don't know if I can play the whole thing. I honestly don't know if I can play this, but I'll keep an eye on the dashboard. But let's just see. Let's just see if we can do this. This is in honor of your son, Skunks. Here we go. Let's wind the clock back to the year 2006. This was from E3 in 2006. Hell yes.
I know.
Look, he's not butt-faced, and he's not in the nude. This is not your Pablo Schreiber, Master Chief. No, sirree. Got Martin O'Donnell's score is unbelievably good. You know what's so impressive about the Halo franchise? Every other science fiction world at the time, had a very different sound. It was always kind of like a heavy metal, always kind of like a techno or electronic sound. In other words, it sounded modern. It sounded very, it just sounded very like modern rock music kind of sounds, like if you're thinking of like a futuristic Call of Duty or anything. Now, what was interesting about Halo is it had this very cinematic orchestral score that had a kind of haunting emotionality to it that was very rare. It was like real science fiction, like the fate of humanity is the subject of this story. It's military science fiction, but with a real soul to it. There was nothing really like it at the time.
Your past, your future.
There is no like contemporary equivalent of this game, like a first-person shooter or science fiction action game. There is no equivalent of it. And if you can think of one, by all means, put it in the chat. But I can't think of one that would have as part of its score an unaccompanied piano, like an unaccompanied piano theme. You just would never have heard that. And it was part of what made Halo so kind of distinct and unique. It was cool. Oh, that's so amazing. Oh, that is so awesome.
This is the way the world ends.
Finish the fight. 2007. Is that hot or is that hot? Wow. I miss the way games used to be. Dude, that was when video games, movies, you would look forward to things. I cannot wait. I can't wait. I remember a friend of mine who was super into Halo, like super into it. And the minute that game came out, he was like, he said, I'm going to disappear for 48 hours. You won't even be able to get a hold of me. He just vanished for like 3 days, because all he did is play the game. God, people used to they would stand in line. People would go to the store and stand in line for a release like that. And what's kind of amazing about it is, like, that's just a cinematic trailer. It's just a teaser. Literally, it was just the E3 announcement. That's all it was. It wasn't meant to be gameplay or footage or any of that. But what's amazing is that the reputation of Bungie was sterling. It was sterling. It was the gold standard. And, you could have confidence that the game was going to be awesome. You could just have confidence. Now, it didn't mean that it always worked out. There were stinkers here and there, but like, it just was it was a whole different thing. Now, it's kind of like the opposite. These gaming studios, they go out of their way to like make you think a game's going to be great, like Avowed, and it's going to be garbage, isn't it? Oh, it's got delayed. Oh, great. It's really garbage then, isn't it? It's amazing how much confidence the gaming community has completely lost in all of these developers. They have flushed their reputations down the toilet. It's crazy, man. It's a totally different era. But all of this failure, all of this rot, all of this DEI crap, it's all decaying into a nourishing and fertile soil from which we, the independent creatives and fans, whose opinions cannot be bought, we will be nourished in that soil as we give birth to a new golden era, an iron era, as some have called it. Skunk says, blue hair, shaved head, Mamma Mia. Chills, right, Skunks? I still get chills with that trailer, don't you? That's pretty awesome. That's pretty cool. What else we got in the stack of stuff, Mr. Producer? Okay, we have a couple of fun ones suggested on the Discord. I'm going to check those out. I did want to. I don't know how much interest there is in the. Well, we'll take a look at this. So, I'm a fan of the show, or was a fan of the show, Dexter, and I'm actually excited about this. Share screen, Mr. Producer. I'm actually, because I watched Dexter Original Sin. I'm not wild about the title. It's a prequel. It's actually pretty faithful to the character and the lore. It's a little underwhelming, though. The ending was not that great. Look, prequels, by their very nature, are kind of anticlimactic. But the reason I'm kind of into it is because they're making another Dexter show. Because, stick with me on this, because I kind of have a point I want to make about this show, right? And so this article is about, and I do love Jennifer Carpenter. I love her character of Deborah Morgan. She's like one of my favorite characters. Jennifer Carpenter breaks silence on Deb's possible return in Dexter Resurrection. So he's getting another sequel series. After Carpenter's Deb was killed off in the original Dexter, spoilers for Dexter, she returned in the show's first sequel series, Dexter New Blood, which I mostly liked. But, so they basically killed Dexter off at the end of that and then realized what a terrible mistake that was, and they're bringing him back. And it just so happens there is kind of a way they can get out of it. He got shot, but he wasn't actually dead, and they're reviving him. Okay, that will work. So when her brother continued to have visions of her as his moral guide, that left the door open for a way to bring Carpenter back for Dexter Resurrection, as well as even give her, even with her character deceased. However, Carpenter has suggested that her run playing Deb in the Dexter universe, I don't like the sound of that word, has come to an end. While she feels like she's completed that box personally, she also wished the Resurrection team well, happy that the franchise continues to live on. Quote, I am pretty focused where I am, and I feel like I've completed that box. I'm proud of it. I hope that they're having a wonderful time on season 2, and I'm so happy for the fans to have more to chew on. And she's now in the show 1923, as I understand. So It was previously reported that James Remar would be returning as Harry Morgan, his father, the father of Dexter and Deborah in Resurrection. This might mean that Harry will be back as Dexter's moral guide, explaining why the visions of Deb aren't happening anymore. Jack Alcott is also returning as Harrison Morgan, Dexter's son, in New Blood. So, why do I bring this up? Well, I'm actually kind of excited for this. I think what's interesting about Origins, Dexter, why do I keep calling it Origins? It's because they're also ChatGPT now. Dexter Original Sin, the prequel. What kind of excites me about it is that Michael C. Hall did the voiceover of his character, even though a younger actor is playing the younger version of him. And so, but C. Hall is still doing the voiceovers. And what's pretty good, I would say, is it's faithful. It's faithful to the original show, to the original character. They're not retconning it. They're not saddling him with a bunch of girl bosses. They do introduce Sarah Michelle Gellar as a mentor for Dexter. She actually doesn't have that big of a part, which is kind of disappointing because you've got Sarah Michelle Gellar. Why not give her a bigger role? So I don't really understand that. But all the characters are the characters. Christian Slater plays young Harry, which I think is pretty cool. Oh, Grandmaster, thank you. Thank you for linking me this. I will play this. I'll play it. Anyway, so unlike a lot of IP mining lately, they haven't yet betrayed the character. He is still Dexter. He is still who he is. And what's kind of interesting is there were episodes where they were telling a story. We're like, wait a minute. They already told this story in flashback in the main show. So, my concern was they were going to retcon it. Well, while retelling the story sometimes didn't seem all that necessary, they didn't retcon anything. They were faithful. Everything Dexter says about his past, it was faithful to what actually happened and they just expanded upon it. So this has me thinking that they are going to faithfully bring back the character that we love and know in Dexter Resurrection. And I'm excited for it because I loved that show and I love that character. And here's kind of the interesting thing about it. You have characters like Don Draper in Mad Men, kind of a obsessive, selfish career man who cheats on his wife. You have Tony Soprano, who runs a bunch of New Jersey gangsters. You have Walter White, who is a mild-mannered chemistry teacher who founds a meth empire and becomes Scarface in Albuquerque. You have Dexter, who is he's a serial killer that only targets other murderers who deserve it, right? Now, the interesting thing is, and I'm not saying I disagree with this either, but the moral framework of all of these shows is that these are men that, while not 100% evil, they are doing bad things. They are doing bad things, and they don't deserve to get away with that scot-free, is kind of the moral framework of the show. There are consequences for what they're doing. As a writer and as generally just a moral philosophy, I agree with those positions of the show. But sometimes this gives rise to an interesting narrative among the creatives on the show that Walter White is bad. He's evil and I don't like him. And it's true that towards the end of the show, I was starting to get to the point where at times I really hated Walter White and really didn't like him. But, thinking back on it, as you well know, if you've been on this channel any length of time, you know that I regard Breaking Bad as maybe the greatest television series ever made. And I absolutely adore it. I've watched it multiple times through. And the character of Walter White is simply one of the most brilliant fictional character studies of all time. It's just amazing. It's on another level. And it has within it many other brilliant character studies. But if I'm being honest, looking back on it, I love the character of Walter White. And I don't just mean I love the character. I root for this character. Even when he's doing bad things, even at the end of the show, he kind of puts things right, to the extent that he can, given all the wrong he's done. And he did wrong. He did bad. He did bad things in that show. But you know something? He was fucking cool. He was fucking cool. And it was great. The scene where he's like, he's like intimidating a competitive drug dealer, and he's basically making a deal with this meth distributor to take over his business. And the guy's like, who the hell are you anyway? And he's like, you know who I am. Say my name. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't even know who you are. He's like, yeah, you do. I'm the cook. Say my name. He's like, you're Heisenberg. You're goddamn right. You know, that's just awesome. It's so earned. It's so excellent when it happens in the show. That's in the final season. But you sometimes hear creatives and celebrities and writers say that they get Rorschach in The Watchmen is another great example of this. They get nervous. They get nervous that people like these characters. Todd Phillips got extremely nervous that people liked Arthur Fleck, that they liked the story of Arthur Fleck in the first Joker film. So he had to set that right and just totally undo that character in Joker Folie à Deux in order to own the chuds. Because the narrative goes something like this. Rorschach, Arthur Fleck, Walter White, Dexter Morgan, Tony Soprano, Don Draper are bad, toxic males. They're evil, they're odious, we don't actually like them, and you're not allowed to actually like them or think they're cool. The purpose of the story is for you to conclude that they're bad and you don't like them. But that just ain't ever going to happen. Because let's face it, when Dexter Morgan is plunging a knife into the chest of a guy that, abused and murdered children, we like it. It's kind of cool. I'm going to be honest. I mean, in the fictional world of the show, as an audience viewer, we're like, that's cool. When Walter White claims victory over Gus Fring by cleverly outplaying him in the game of drug war, we love it. In fact, I quite loved it when Gus Fring took out all the rival cartels by poisoning them with tequila at the risk of his own life. That was spoilers for Breaking Bad. That was freaking awesome, and I loved it. When Darth Vader says, I find your lack of faith disturbing, I love it. You know what I mean? That's a little off topic. I'm talking about anti-heroes more than villains here. These are roughly anti-heroes. And what's interesting about Dexter is I think that at a certain point, the creatives who created Dexter actually became uncomfortable with the fact that people love Dexter. They love Dexter. Now, the interesting thing is, I agree with the moral framework of the show that Dexter is, if not evil, I don't know that I would call him evil per se, but he's definitely doing bad things that attract evil into his life and cause people he loves to get hurt. And what he's doing on a fundamental level is it's sick from the perspective that he's not actually doing it for any reasons of justice. He's not doing it because he gets a thrill punishing bad people who deserve it. He's only doing it because he enjoys killing, and it's a way he can get away with it. That's really... Now, incidentally, because he follows that code, it sort of leads him to sort of accidentally swerve into being a good person, because he winds up having to he's able to cultivate relationships with people that start out as fake, but then become real and sort of redeem him in a way. They slightly redeem his humanity because he's not killing innocent people. It leaves the door open for him to be somewhat a good person and actually form approximately real human relationships. It's a fascinating dynamic. I have to do a video studying the character someday. But what's fascinating about Dexter is he still has all the markers of a vain psychopath. He views himself as a kind of hero. He believes that although he must keep what he does secret, if the world knew, many people would love him and adore him and celebrate him as a hero. He thinks of himself as a victim of his own desires, right? He rationalizes taking dangerous risks with the lives of the people he loves by reassuring himself that he's in control and he'll protect them, but he needs to do this for him. There's a line, there is an incredible line in the 4th season when his baby son has just been born. And in season 3, he was very ambivalent about this because he thought, am I just going to pass on my sickness to my son? Like, will my son grow up to be a serial killer? So that's like a whole element of it. But eventually he works his way through it. He has a son, and there's a point in the show where he argues that he's got to make time for himself, which is a way of saying he has to make time to kill. He has to make time to kill people because it's his only outlet, right? It's his only way of staying sane and normal and staying on point and keeping things in control. And literally he says in voiceover, after all, I'm killing for 2 now. And it's like, now what's funny about it is Dexter is absolutely serious about this. He thinks that that's a great argument for why he should be doing the things he's doing. Lying to people, killing people, hiding his crimes, because he has to do it for his son, don't you know? Which is twisted and wrong and entirely self-serving, but he doesn't see it that way. So what I'm getting at is that while it's fun to root for Dexter, and while he is punishing bad people, and he's not harming innocent people, at least not directly or intentionally, he is still a selfish, often, and self-serving. He is sometimes selfless in the show, but he places as his top priority always his own needs. His own needs are always the most important thing to him. And he deludes himself into thinking that that's not the case. He deludes himself into thinking that he's actually being selfless, as evidenced by that line I just quoted. So I quite like it. Now, what's interesting, though, is that I arrive at all those conclusions, but the show and its creatives, I think, are still somewhat uncomfortable with the fact that 2 things can be true at the same time. No, Dexter shouldn't be doing what he's doing, and it's not exactly morally praiseworthy. And yes, we can also love this character and root for him and think he's cool as a fictional character. Ditto Walter White, ditto Tony Soprano, ad infinitum. And I think that these companies are starting to wake up to the fact that you cannot control who your fans root for. You cannot control who your audience likes. And, they tried to bury this character of Dexter twice. They tried to punish him at the end of season 8 by exiling him and taking away his voiceover to literally take away his voice and his inner thought life. But that didn't work because people kept checking the internet for when is another Dexter going to come out. People wanted another Dexter. Cough camera. So they released a new show, and people hated the ending, as did I. They hated the ending of season 8 of Dexter. So they brought him back for a 9th season, which I quite liked, and they decided to punish him again. They decided to kill him off again. This time, they would do it correctly. This time, they would kill him off in a way that was final. He's not coming back, and he got what he deserved at the hands of his own son, no less, for being the murderer that he is. So that the audience could have one more go with the character, but get their obligatory finger wagging at the end. You're not supposed to like this character. You don't like this character. And that didn't work. Because we love Dexter. We love Dexter. We want him back. We want Michael C. Hall to play him. So not only did they bring him back, they brought a younger actor to play his earlier self and all the other actors, and they're just, it's probably the only weakness of the show is they're just by the numbers doing Dexter episodes again. And now they're going to bring him back. And I really hope that they do not make the mistake of once again trying to punish the character and the audience for liking this character. because it's always a mistake. One of the reasons I regard Breaking Bad as such a masterpiece is that I don't feel that that show did to Walter White what Dexter did to Dexter. I don't feel that Vince Gilligan, who did state outright that he thought there's no valid scenario where Walter White gets away scot-free. He's done things that have consequences, and that's that, right? You don't get rewarded for that. And I'm okay with that. I'm totally fine with that moral framework. Not even just as a moral framework, as a matter of storytelling, cause and effect is crucial. It's crucial to verisimilitude. So I support that wholeheartedly. But what I like about Vince Gilligan is Walter White won at the end of the series and still reaped the consequences of everything he created. It was absolutely Shakespearean. It was just magnificent. The final, like 4 or 5 episodes of Breaking Bad are just flawless. Just absolutely so amazingly brilliant. I absolutely love them. I love the rich philosophical nature of like Walter White coming face to face with every lie and every crime he's ever committed. And he does at one point reach, in the penultimate episode, he reaches the conclusion, finally, I should just give up. He reaches the conclusion that it's over. I give up. I'm just going to lay down and die. My family hates me. I got what I deserved. And you would think, now that would be the ending if you had Todd Phillips or you had some other similar creative who wanted to punish the audience for liking Walter White. That's the ending you would have got. But then Walter White sees on TV his old colleagues bad-mouthing him on Charlie Rose and saying, he's gone. You'll never see him again. We think he crawled into a hole somewhere and died. And suddenly Walter White is reawakened for one last go. And it's basically like he's decided he's going to play for all the marbles, one last caper to put it all right. And it's fantastic. And the ending is perfect. It's perfect. 10 out of 10. No critiques. Literally none. It's crazy. You'll almost never hear me say that of even things I love. I have zero, and this is exactly how I reacted at the time. I said, I have zero feedback for that final episode. That was perfect. I couldn't have thought of a better way to end it. I just couldn't have. In fact, let me just, oops, sorry, didn't mean to kill the camera. I didn't even know you could do that with the space bar. That's cool. So when I rewatch Breaking Bad, which is about once a year, before I watch the final episode, I always pull up this trailer because it gives me the nostalgia. Because at the time, after the second to last episode aired, they played this trailer to tease you for the next episode. Because usually what they would do is they would show you previews of what was going to happen in the next episode, which I would never watch because I don't like spoilers. This teaser, though, did not show you anything new or anything on the horizon. It was just a kind of swan song for the series before the final adventure, if you will. And it's masterful. I love this. This is what aired immediately after the penultimate second to last episode.
Sunday night at 9, only.
It's at the end. There we go. Here we go. Oh, it's so amazing. I never get tired of it. I never do. And it was magnificent. Just best show. Just the best show ever. So that's why I'm excited, because against their wishes of putting this character of Dexter to bed, they just can't do it, because you just can't. It's time to give Dexter his due, and as Walter White got. So there you go. I don't have any idea what precipitated that meandering rant, but there it is. Okay, we have a couple more things in the stack of stuff. But Grandmaster is very busy over there in the Discord and has some things for us. This one I'm going to play. Hat tip, how it should have ended. How it should have ended. This is the Acolyte, how it should have ended. Yes, I love this.
Sorry to disturb you, Master. We need to talk.
No talk needed. Listen, you will.
Listen?
Yes, fired you are.
What?
Cancelled, kicked out, dismissed, let go, given the axe.
What are you saying?
The boot you get, laid off, forced to resign, retired you are.
No way.
Sacked
Dude, this is like this is like what's happening in all of our federal bureaucracy right now. This is Doge. Yoda is Doge. The boot you get.
Even.
You cannot be serious. What have I done?
Stupid do I look to you?
That's like my favorite. Stupid do I look to you?
Everything I have. Entire Jedi team under your leadership. Dead they are.
Master, I can explain.
Matrix Jedi, Squid Game Jedi, Logan Jedi, even the Wookiee. So much Jedi potential. Dead.
If you would just let me explain.
Tried to hide it from me, you did. No. Done. We are. New direction. We are moving. Yes. Never again. Cancelled. Goodbye.
Master, I assure you.
Your floppy lightsaber. Keep that, you may.
If you just give me.
Oh, that's the part. That's the best part. Your floppy lightsaber. Keep that, you may.
Another chance in $180 million. I can make this.
Oh, it's so good. What was the other one you got there? How It Should Have Ended, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Is this a long one? Let me see. Oh no, that's 4 minutes. Well, we'll give it a shot. All right. Hat tip, How It Should Have Ended. Let's do this one.
We're tracking an escape craft. There's one life form aboard.
That's him.
My lord, we must continue our pursuit of the insurgents. We cannot prioritize one lone Jedi.
I know that. Do you think I'm stupid? We have more than one ship, you know. Ready my shuttle. I will face him alone. You stay on the insurgents.
Of course, my lord.
And maybe launch some TIE fighters instead of standing around just staring out the window.
Okay, we will. Jeez.
Okay, we will. It's like the shill on the podcast. Oh, you're yelling at me.
Well, so much for that idea.
That's my only mask!
Oh, Anakin, I'm so sorry.
No, you're not!
No, I'm not. That's kind of exactly what I meant to do.
I hate you so much!
Oh, come on, Anakin, I did you a favor, really. This place is so dark. It's a wonder you can see anything in that helmet.
How are you not burned?
What are you talking about?
I dragged you through fire, and it did nothing!
Oh, that, yes. I don't know.
No burns, no scars, no singed hair. I dipped my stub of a leg in lava one time, and I burst into flames! What is happening to me? I pulled the wrong ship out of the sky, I buried you in a pit of boulders, that didn't even work. I even stabbed Reva with my lightsaber, and I'm pretty sure she didn't even die!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now, wait just a minute. Hold on. Surviving lightsaber stabbings. You can do that now?
You can do that now!
Master Qui-Gon.
Poor Qui-Gon. He didn't get the memo. Okay, I'm getting a warning, so we gotta retire that one. But thanks, Grandmaster. Hat tip, How It Should Have Ended. That's pretty good stuff. Gotta disempart, Captain says. Skunks Workshop. See y'all next weekend. See you later, Skunks. Good to see you. Yeah, they're giving me a warning. I think How It Should Have Ended is, they're threatening copyright there. So I got to be careful with that one. Okay, what else do I have? All right, Fu Man Blue, you suggested 2 videos. Okay, we got 2 asteroid movies in the 90s. How did that happen? And then why is early Star Trek Next Gen so bad? Which one should we do? I'm curious. I could just ask Grok. I'm going to ask Grok a question. I'm going to say, hey, Grok, should I talk about Star Trek Next Gen Season 1 or 2 asteroid movies in the 90s? We'll just see how smart AI is. Tough call. If you're vibing with sci-fi that's got some cerebral depth, Star Trek The Next Generation Season 1 could be a fun dive. Plenty of awkward... You know what? This is creeping me out. Plenty of awkward charm as the show finds its footing. Plus, you get to see Picard and the crew in their early glory. But if you're in the mood for a big bombastic 90s energy with earth-shattering stakes, asteroid movies like Armageddon or Deep Impact have that nostalgic blockbuster punch. What's your crowd like? Do they lean toward thoughtful space exploration or apocalyptic chaos? Also, just sit the fence some more, Grok. That's not helpful at all. You're just fence sitting. Crowbar the Skull is going to call it for me. He says, but you know what? Is my crowd more thoughtful sci-fi or apocalyptic chaos? I think they're a little of both, to be quite honest with you. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, chat? Crowbar the Skull says, early Next Gen isn't so bad, so talk about Deep Impact and Armageddon. There were like 2 good episodes in early Next Gen, and that was the Skin of Evil. What was the Encounter at Farpoint's pretty good. I feel like there's another one I like in season 1, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. But okay, yeah, no, we'll go with this one, Fu Man Blue. Assuming I don't get any copyright nonsense. Okay, Hat Tip Pointless Hub.
You want to make a movie about... Imagine you're a Hollywood studio. You want to make a movie about, I don't know, monster cows or something. Everyone loves the monster cow idea. You greenlight the movie, put millions of dollars into this fresh idea, but then, that's when you find out. Another studio's making a monster cow movie too. How did this happen? Did they steal the idea? Was it just a coincidence? Doesn't matter now. I guess we just got 2 monster cow movies releasing in the same exact year. These are called twin films. Sometimes Hollywood just makes 2 movies about the same idea in the same year. Sometimes script ideas just float around and are picked up about the same idea in the same year.
He showed this picture of The Truman Show and Ed TV. Oh, this is such a blast from the past. I remember this. So in the 90s, reality TV was not yet a thing. It was not yet a thing. Reality TV was still very much in its early infancy. I think there were talk shows like Jerry Springer and Maury Povich and that sort of thing. And that's almost like a kind of precursor to reality TV. But things like Big Brother, Survivor, those things were only just getting started in the late 90s, and it was still a very new concept. And so in the late 90s, there was this fascinating obsession where people were predicting that in the future, corporations would just turn normal people's lives into TV. That's what they would do. Oh my God, one day they're just going to film someone's entire life and commoditize an entire human being. And, well, they're not totally wrong about that. I mean, we've got The Bachelor, and we had Jersey Shore and Real Housewives and all that stuff. But these were 2 of the films that were kind of predicting this brave new world, And I just remember, I love The Truman Show. It's a great film. I remember this. I remember these 2 movies coming out and being like, I think you're saying the same thing.
Sometimes script ideas just float around and are picked up by studios. Other times, executives take ideas with them to their new job. It's a thing that happens for some reason, and I find it incredibly funny. Like how Bug's Life is about an outcast inventor.
Yes, and the other movie that year was Ants. I remember that.
Finally using his ability.
Fucking old now.
To save his home. And how Ants is about Woody Allen in Starship Troopers. The year is 1998, a year which had literally every...
Oh, chat, look at this. Oh my gosh. What a beautiful constellation of games. This is what video games used to be. So on the screen, you've got Mario Party, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Baldur's Gate, Fallout 2, StarCraft, Half-Life, Banjo-Kazooie. Oh, this is Resident Evil 2. Pure nostalgia, man. And by the way, when you bought any of these games at that time, you did not have to do 3 hours of downloading. There were no patches required, and being able to walk forward came with the game. It came with it.
Every good game ever made, American Godzilla, and for some reason, 2 movies about the Earth getting hit with an asteroid. Deep Impact and Armageddon.
Now, having seen both of these films, I can tell you that I never liked Armageddon. I was never super wild about it. I loved Deep Impact. Now, it's fairly laughable now because, like in Deep Impact, now MSNBC was a fairly new cable news network at the time. And back then, MSNBC, you know, they were like old school CNN. Of course, they were biased, but they weren't unhinged yet. And they tried to present themselves as like just serious cable news, you know? And in this film, MSNBC is the news network that is reporting all the asteroid impact and all that stuff. So that's faintly ridiculous now, but it's a great human story. See, Deep Impact was a human story, and I loved that. Armageddon is a crazy Michael Bay action movie, and it has its charm. Don't get me wrong, but it just felt like junk food. It was the equivalent of, it was comfort food, is all that was. But I remember the marketing for Armageddon was great. It was great. It was like you would go into the movie theater and there would be posters that had clocks built into the poster that were counting down to impact, which of course was the release date of the film. But it was like the countdown to doom. Man, they used to do such great marketing of movies back then. You know, now what you get is you get the guy who's on the red carpet being like, so Armageddon, is this the gayest asteroid movie ever, or is it the gayest asteroid movie ever, and why?
2 films see humanity facing an apocalyptic threat. An asteroid, or comet, is about to hit the planet, and a small band of astronauts have to stop it. That is where the similarity between these movies end. Yeah, this isn't gonna be like that White House video.
Yes, Crowbar. You're right. I was just thinking of that. Volcano and Dante's Peak, 2 volcano films in the 90s. Yeah, and I loved Dante's Peak.
At all, where they're pretty similar with some minor differences. Oh no, these movies couldn't be farther apart in tone.
Now, we can't do anything about the little one, but, it just might give them a chance.
Colonel! That thing's coming right forward! We have to move!
You see the difference? See, this is exactly it. Like, I love the tone. I love the human. It's a sappy story, don't get me wrong. But I love the sappy human story of Deep Impact, you know? It's great. But then you've got Armageddon, which is maximum Michael Bay.
Deep Impact begins with Elijah Wood discovering a comet that's going to hit the Earth. Nobody knows it yet, though, except for this guy. But for some reason, he decides to text and drive, and his car goes right off a cliff, and he fucking explodes. There's a real lesson there somewhere. Our real protagonist is this journalist.
He wasn't texting. It was too early for that. No, it was. Texting was not a thing yet. He was trying to dial. He was on a flip phone, which was still relatively, not a scientist would have a cellular phone back then. But, they weren't quite as ubiquitous yet as they were to later become. And he was frantically trying to dial someone to inform them of the asteroid. So he was not texting, he was dialing.
This lady named Jenny, who works for MSNBC.
Oh, man, Taya Leone. Am I right or am I right?
Yes, that MSNBC.
Yeah, I know.
You're gonna see a lot of MSNBC in this
so
movie.
ridiculous
They needed
now.
the promotion. They wouldn't have that guy with the board for like 20 more years. There's a mystery afoot. The Secretary of the Treasury resigned. Apparently, the Secretary has been wrapped up in someone called Ellie. Is Ellie his mistress? The first 30 minutes are just her investigating this political scandal of a top government official in the executive branch cheating on his wife.
Congratulations. You now have the biggest story in history.
Fun fact, the Monica Lewinsky scandal broke in January 1998, and this movie came out in May. Talk about some timing.
Biggest story in history? What an ego. Now, if it was the president.
Anyway, while investigating these extramarital shenanigans, Jenny finds herself wrapped up in something far, far bigger. She gets kidnapped by President Morgan Freeman and is told to shut up until they get a press conference around. While investigating further, Jenny finds out that Ellie might not have been a side girl at all, but perhaps might have meant ELE, or Extinction Level Event. Ooh. It's so funny she discovers this by just doing an internet search. Literally only gets one option on the page. What a simpler time. I like these first
it's a blast from the past, this movie.
40 minutes. Enjoy the mystery of it. I mean, yeah, we know what the government is hiding. We all know what movie we're watching. But it's a decent way of building up tension. Having the protagonist uncover the information. The secretary basically admits the world's gonna end and it goes right over Jenny's head. I like stuff like that. And then, the mystery dies. The president just lore dumps to everyone what's going on. Morgan Freeman expositions to the audience.
You know, as a matter of writing, this film is very uneven. It's almost like 3 or 4 different films kind of in a mashup. And it is one of those films that I think you could find a lot of flaws. There's some melodrama here. There's some uneven tones there. But at the end of the day, it's just one of those films that, for whatever reason, I like it anyway. I just like it anyway.
A comet is coming. This is where comets come from. This is what we named the comet.
Wolf Biederman
introduces the astronauts who are going to blow up the comet, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. Hey, look, it's Jon Favreau. From this point on, this is now just an entirely different movie. Jenny gets relegated to news anchor for the rest of the film. The only thing she has to deal with anymore is parental drama. Her mom and dad are divorced, and she's not taking it well. The whole second act really follows the astronauts, and for some reason, they're introduced as arrogant jerks. They're the new hotshots that think they're better than their old commander, Robert Duvall, an older veteran who literally went to the moon.
I got respect for everybody who's gone to the moon, but this mission ain't going to the moon.
That's right. Frank Gibbard, he was a great football player in his time, but if he played now, he'd get his ass busted.
Let's go call your mom.
Sorry, the Apollo program? That's old news. We're the new generation. We practice on simulations running Windows 95. Why did they do that? It's so odd to introduce them like this. Real people, especially highly trained astronauts, would not act like this. I get what the movie's trying to do. They're jerks at the start, but through adversity, they come to appreciate Robert Duvall later on. But the arrogance is laid on so thick at the beginning that I just kind of dislike these characters now.
And it's not.
Probably correct. He's probably correct about all of this, but I would just say that they were playing him like hotshots that were, you know, just eager to prove themselves. And he's kind of like the older generation, you know, like Maverick. You know what they were doing? They were doing the Top Gun thing, where like young hotshot Maverick comes in and he acts like he owns the place. You know, that was what they were trying to convey, is that, you know, they were full of it.
A video game, son.
Hell, we're not even halfway through the film, so I know they're gonna fail anyway.
It's not a video game, son.
Then the rest of the movie is them learning to respect their commander while floating out in space. Glad they all learned the important lesson of not being rude to old people. Except for Jon Favreau, he's fucking dead. With the nuke plan failing, more—
Wait, how long is this? I didn't check the length of this video. This is a super long video. I guess we'll go about halfway. Let's see how far. Well, roll tape.
Morgan Freeman announces Plan B, shooting The Rock with even more nukes. I find it even funnier how well the general public is taking this news.
There will be enough of us left to rebuild a new world in the unlikely event that the comets do strike the Earth.
Like, Morgan Freeman tells everyone that if the meteor does hit, the world's gonna end. And they can only put less than 1 million people into underground bunkers. Imagine if the president went on today and just told Americans they were all going to die. You think they'd be this calm?
It's a bold play. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Well, you know, it was. It's probably the more unrealistic part of the film is how calmly Americans react to this news. But you know what's interesting, though, is in the film, the government had been keeping it a secret for a year. Like, they had been keeping it a secret for a year, and they were trying to, like, wait for the moment. And part of the reason why they did eventually announce it is because the press was onto them. That's kind of the whole point. But it is, you know, you think about it, it is pretty ridiculous.
There's riots in other countries, I guess, but not America. The most armed population in the world, and everyone just stands outside these well-known bunkers only to be slightly sad. Other than exposition, Morgan Freeman really doesn't do much. Just sits around waiting for plans to fail. Remember how Elijah Wood discovered that comet? Well, he's got a whole subplot here. I'm assuming they wanted to show a normal person's perspective on the whole situation. But it's not really done very well. There's an underage wedding. That's kind of odd.
What the hell?
Okay, so Elijah Wood and his family got accepted into the government bunker because he discovered the comet, right? Well, he wants his little girlfriend and her family to join them too, which is why the whole underage marriage thing happens. The US government saw through that clever disguise and forces her parents to stay behind, so she does too. So Frodo and his family reach the bunker, but right before he goes in, he realizes that he needs to go back and save her, somehow.
I have to go back for Sarah. Leo. Mom, I'm going.
Kinda seems like a decision you should have made before getting on the bus, but oh well.
He's a kid, but it's a noble instinct. That's part of what I like about the movie, is like it's a noble instinct. He wants to go back and save his girl. I think that's cool. All right, let's move on to Armageddon. Get his take on that.
If you don't trust the man you're working with, you're as good as dead.
Armageddon begins with all the dinosaurs on fire. This is a movie called Armageddon. This is what the Earth is going to look like.
Wait, is it Jerry Bruckheimer? Did I have that totally wrong? I could have sworn it was a Michael Bay movie. Was it Jerry Bruckheimer? That makes sense. Armageddon. 6.7 out of 10 on IMDb. Oh, yeah. Director Michael Bay. Producer Jerry Bruckheimer. Okay, got it. That tracks. Writers Jonathan Hensley, J.J. Abrams, and Tony Gilroy. Tony Gilroy of Andor and Rogue One fame.
Like, unless Bruce Willis stops it. But in case that didn't go through thick skull, here.
J.J. Abrams was a co-writer on Armageddon, and I consider it the lesser of Armageddon and Deep Impact. Now that tracks.
Is the space shuttle exploding? Hell, have New York explode too. Especially this guy. They really did this guy dirty. All he was trying to do was protect his Godzilla, and he gets absolutely obliterated. At least the tower survived. There's an asteroid on the way, and they got 18 days to stop it. All the nerds have dumb suggestions, except for Lucius Malfoy, who says that to destroy the asteroid, you're gonna have to drill into the center and blow it up from the inside. There's only one man for the job, and that's Bruce Willis. In the movie, he's actually named Harry, but it's a lot funnier to say Bruce Willis. Harry/Bruce Willis is an undersea oil driller. And I'm not even joking, the way they introduce him is as he's shooting golf balls at Greenpeace protesters.
Based, yes.
Joke's on him, though. Ben Affleck's banging his daughter.
Alright, it was funny for a minute, it's not funny anymore.
What a way to introduce these characters. This is just the first 15 minutes, by the way. In the same span of time, Jenny was interviewing the Secretary of the Treasury.
Turn the camera off.
Meanwhile, Armageddon is doing this.
I love her. Way wrong answer!
So yeah, the plan is simple. Get the best drillers in the world, shoot them up into space, plant the nuke, hope for the best. Billy Bob Thornton and Keith David now have to make sure Bruce Willis and his gang of morons...
I love Keith David, voice of the Arbiter and voice of Admiral Anderson in Mass Effect.
...are up to the task of deep space travel. Let's introduce our little Suicide Squad, shall we? There's Chick, Harry's number 2. He's divorced and a gambling addict. Steve Buscemi is a sex pest. Max is fat. Michael Clark Duncan is
He's fat!
Michael Clark Duncan. And Owen Wilson is here too, who I entirely forgot was in this. He fucking dies. Will these chuckle nuts have what it takes to save the world? Who's to say? Half the movie is them on Earth doing wacky hijinks preparing to go to space, and the other half is them being in space. Also, there's that weird scene in the middle with the animal crackers. You know the one. If Deep Impact was an intellectual nerd, Armageddon was the jock shoving that nerd in the locker. Deep Impact treated the entire situation...
That's a great metaphor. Get the fucking locker, nerd.
...of an outer space object potentially hitting the Earth in a quasi-scientific and all-around serious manner. Meanwhile, Armageddon went, holy shit, there's rocks fucking falling from space. I like Deep Impact. I appreciate...
It's, you know what, it's a litmus test, right? Because I remember, like, there were people who were like, Armageddon's awesome, and then there are people like me like, I like Deep Impact. I guess you sort of self-sort, right? I preferred the sort of geeky, intellectual, more philosophical and emotional tone of Deep Impact, whereas it's just... Armageddon is just gun-toting and...
what it's trying to do. Explore an end-of-the-world scenario in a grounded way. Nothing wrong with that. Those behind the film tried their very best to be as scientifically accurate as possible. And that's respectable. Even if it wasn't perfect, it's the thought that counts. If someone says they like Deep Impact more, I get it. With that said, though, I fucking love Armageddon so much more, man.
This is so much fun, it's freaky!
You know this channel, you should have seen this coming. It's a Michael Bay movie, like of course I was gonna pick it. Even after I'm done with Bayformers, I still can't escape him. Despite this whole parasocial relationship between me and Bay beginning with that video about Transformers 2007, that was ironically not my first Michael Bay film. This was. Even to this day, when I think about Michael Bay action, Armageddon is what mainly pops into my mind. Hell, since I brought up Transformers, so many Bay elements that are famous in those movies have origins in this one. Shots that were recycled.
If the signature, quirk of a J.J. Abrams film is lens flares, then for a Michael Bay film, it's color saturation. He is crazy with the color saturation.
Asteroids, Michael Bay's obsession with NASA, ethnic stereotypes. Wait,
there is nothing wrong with being obsessed with NASA.
Wait, fuck. Is Armageddon the beta test of Transformers? Like the Halo Macworld demo? Or is Transformers an evolution of Armageddon? Certainly something to think about. As much as someone can argue that Deep Impact is the better film, it's certainly not as interesting to talk about. Unless you want to compare it to this, of course. Hell, just compare these two openings. Deep Impact's is silent, a white, clean font on the night sky, and Armageddon starts with the extinction of the fucking dinosaurs. Even the title explodes.
Even the title explodes. He's got a point. He's got a point. I can't deny that.
Comet in Deep Impact is discovered by a couple of nerds doing astronomy stuff. And when they spot it, they have at least a couple of years to prepare for its arrival. The asteroid in Armageddon does a sneak attack.
We should reach the atmosphere from Finland down the North American seaboard.
It's only when the space shuttle explodes and when New York City is an absolute devastation when anybody at NASA notices that an asteroid is about to hit in 2 weeks. An asteroid the size of Texas. My personal favorite comparison is the very name of the bodies themselves. Deep Impact names its comet after those that discovered it. The combined name of Wolf Biederman. A realistic and kind of boring name, but it fits the tone of the film. I could imagine actual scientists of the 90s naming this thing. Armageddon's asteroid, on the other hand, is named Dottie, named by this guy after his bitch wife.
I want to name her Dottie after my wife. She's a vicious, life-sucking bitch from which there's no escape.
You know what's so strange about this? I'm in the odd position of sort of agreeing with both sides of the argument. On the one hand, I'm like, oh yes, Deep Impact is better, more grounded, more intellectual, and then I see that and I'm like, but that's correct also. Like, it's also correct that it's named after his bitch wife.
What's the one thing people always make fun of Armageddon for? What's the most common joke everyone says that...
Okay, the joke is, why would you not simply train NASA astronauts how to drill rather than teaching oil drillers how to be NASA astronauts? Like, that actually makes no sense at all.
Many are probably commenting right now. It's the classic question. Why send oil drillers into space?
Yep, I nailed it. Absolutely nailed it, Captain, as usual.
Instead of just teaching astronauts how to dig. Ha ha! Being an astronaut is a far harder job than being an oil driller, so this movie is stupid. Michael Bay, you dumb fool.
You fucking idiot.
There's an often repeated story about how...
You know what's interesting about that? I don't see it that way, though. It always seemed very plausible to me, because it wasn't so much that the technical skill was the issue. It wasn't the technical skill that was the issue. The issue was they were going to face a situation that was absolutely unpredictable. It was going to be a situation that was intensely difficult, dangerous, chaotic, crazy. In other words, you needed hard asses. You needed absolute hard asses who would not be discouraged or deterred when things got really nasty. That was really... And part of it was, these are guys that can drill under abhorrent conditions, in extremely dangerous conditions. They will get the job done, and they're the best at that. And so the idea was, it was a no-fail mission. That was the idea. It's a no-fail mission. Getting them to the asteroid is not the hard part. When they're on the asteroid and any number of crazy shit goes down, we need people that we know will still get the job done under the most hazardous conditions possible. So I don't actually think the issue was their expertise so much as the issue was they were able to persevere no matter what kind of hell they encountered. That was the driving principle. Now, is it fair to say that somehow, like, oil drillers that work under dangerous conditions would be better at handling that than trained astronauts who had likely been in the Air Force or other military professions? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. I guess what I would say is, if you had NASA personnel who had been in a war and combat, then yes, that argument would fall apart. But the idea I had from the way the film presents it is that the NASA guys, they were experts at piloting, they were experts at space and science and all those things. But when everything went to hell and it's pure chaos all around them, and they're literally in the most hellish and inhospitable environment possible, could they focus? And yes, space, the vacuum of space, is a pretty hellish environment, but I'm just talking about, like, on the surface of the asteroid. I think it holds up, personally. I think you can make a case.
Now, in the DVD commentary, Ben Affleck just makes fun of the whole premise of the movie.
I asked Michael why it was easier to train oil drillers to become astronauts than it was to train astronauts to become oil drillers, and he told me to shut the fuck up.
Yes.
That's the kind of creative I should be. anyone ever questions my work or my reasoning, I'll just say, shut the fuck up. like Ryan George in the pitch meeting videos. That exact question. Why is it not easier to just train astronauts to be oil drillers? Hey, shut the fuck up. Anyway.
How hilarious. That's what makes this movie so silly. Nobody ever talks about how fucking big the asteroid is. Okay, so in Deep Impact, the comet was 7 miles wide. The size of the one that killed the dinosaurs, which was about 10. You know how big the asteroid in Armageddon is? 600 miles. 600 miles wide. That's not an asteroid, that's a moon. It's all-
Oh my god, this is a brilliant point. That's so crazy to think about. He's right. It's not an asteroid, it's a fucking moon. It's a fucking moon. That's crazy. I didn't even think about that. Like in Deep Impact, so the asteroid in Deep Impact, well, it's not an asteroid, it's a comet in Deep Impact. The comet is 7 miles wide. The asteroid that killed the dinosaurs, 10 miles wide, right? The Chicxulub impact, which basically was like hundreds of nuclear bombs all going off at once, set half the world on fire. Like, that's what a 10-mile wide asteroid can do. Okay. If a 10-mile wide asteroid can instantly incinerate, 30% of the surface of the planet or whatever it was, what could a 600-mile wide asteroid do? Which is basically, you know what that is? That is the same type of object that we believe resulted in the creation of the moon, the collision ejection theory, which is that basically a small planet smashed into the primordial Earth. A small planet smashed into the primordial Earth, and it basically broke apart a big chunk of the entire planet, turned everything on the surface into liquid hot magma, and what was left that had been ejected into the orbit of the Earth coalesced into what we now know as the moon, right? That's the predominant accepted model of how we got the moon. So Armageddon, the film, presents a scenario in which a second collision ejection of the scale that created the moon would be hitting the planet. That if that thing hit us, that 600 a asteroid the size of Texas, if that hits us, that's not just going to cause an extinction event. That's going to turn the entire surface of the planet into molten magma. It would basically completely reset the planet. It would reset the planet to its pre-life state, is basically what that would do.
Almost the size of
that's a based that's a based asteroid. This movie goes hard, man.
Pluto. Dottie wouldn't be jagged and pointy. It wouldn't have a weird cloud of evil surrounding it. It'd be a sphere. NASA didn't just miss the existence of an asteroid, they missed the existence of an undiscovered planetoid. This thing is fucking Planet Nibiru that was supposed to kill us in 2012. When Billy Bob Thornton said this,
Doesn't matter where it hits, nothing would survive, not even bacteria. My God.
He was honestly
my God. I really missed that line. I missed that line in movies. My God.
Playing the severity. If this thing actually hit, not even the Earth's upper crust would survive. It would have stripped away the entire upper layer of the planet, down to the mantle. Earth would just become liquid for a moment, as
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. It would be the equivalent of the event that we believe created the moon. It would liquefy the planet temporarily.
Thing ripped into space. They couldn't just have a pretty big asteroid that was big enough to cause a KT-level extinction event. Couldn't even have something twice as big. No, they had to have something 100 times bigger. Yet the plan is to still send Bruce Willis and his team of chucklenuts to blow it up.
You think we'll get...
When you put it like that, it's kind of ridiculous. When you put it like that, it's kind of nonsense, isn't it? Think about this. There is a moon hurtling towards Earth. It will arrive in 2 fucking days. Jeez. A goddamn moon that will liquefy the planet when it hits us in 2 days. And we're going to send fucking oil drillers up there to stop it. Of all the desperate Hail Marys, I mean, it's no... Honestly, would we even try? Would we even try at that point? It's like, geez. But to send the oil drillers... This movie is far more ridiculous than I even remember.
Hazard pay out of this?
It's kind of beautiful, isn't it? They just had to make an asteroid with the most dramatic size possible without even thinking about it. Something so big, it accidentally broke the film. I don't care much about scientific realism in movies, as long as the story is entertaining.
Think about this, chat. Now that we understand the true scale of the threat here, the Thanos level threat of this planet that's going to hit Earth, planetoid to be more precise. What the film posits, that would be Armageddon, it posits that we're going to land on this planetoid. Okay, we're going to drill 3 holes in it. Now, again, it's the size of Texas. It's the size of Texas. Now, I want you to imagine that you are going to drill 3 holes in Texas, and you're going to put 3 nuclear, big, admittedly, big nuclear weapons in those holes in Texas, and that will result in the destruction of Texas. Like that, when they go off, it will atomize and disintegrate Texas. Really puts it in perspective, doesn't it? This movie redefines ridiculous. It's ridiculous when you think about it that way, isn't it? I mean, I'm not saying that I ever thought Armageddon was some kind of like hard sci-fi,
Everything's okay. But man, it's just so funny they made this fake asteroid way too big for no reason.
That's it.
Who knows? Maybe
That's a great picture. I didn't even plan to watch this whole video, but I'm having so much fun.
It accidentally broke the film. I don't care much about scientific realism in movies. As long as the story is entertaining, everything's okay. But man, it's just so funny they made this fake...
Okay, there it is. So that's what I wanted, the picture. Okay, so he's got a picture of Texas. He's got a picture of Texas superimposed over the northeastern United States. So it's kind of going from like the border of Maine all the way over to Michigan. And then a very little tiny dot in Texas is the Deep Impact comet, which is basically the size of a small Texas city. And it just puts in perspective the difference between the two films. Wow, that's crazy.
Asteroid way too big for no reason. Who knows, maybe they just think you can blow up a planet with a nuke. For any of you Deep Impact fans out there, the reason I'm a bit more harsh on Deep Impact than Armageddon is because Deep Impact tries to portray this comet disaster as a serious situation, one where people deal with real emotions surrounding it. Ironically, the closer to reality you are, the easier it is to poke holes in the story. Deep Impact's logic is like a very clean
Laugh it up,
table.
Crowbar. Laugh it up. Very drawl. Then Grandmaster says, I never say Deep Impact, and I did not like Trashgeddon. Do you mean you never saw Deep Impact? It's quaint. Deep Impact is quaint. I still like it, but it's fairly silly in retrospect. But yeah, I agree. Armageddon is total trash. It's total. I've never liked it. I found everything from the moment they get to the asteroid on is incredibly boring to me. It just is. It's a lot of flashing lights. It's a lot of steam vents shooting up. It's a lot of yelling at each other and oh no, and oh the drill bit broke, and who cares? I just don't care. I never liked it. I just never liked that movie. But Crowbar says in the film it's called a planet killer, meaning no life would survive. Yeah, that's something of an understatement is what we're learning. It's like the moon and the Mask of Majora. That's a great comparison. because that was what. Yeah, it's the moon in the Mask of Majora. It's the size of Texas is a compelling. It's so fascinating, isn't it? I never thought about the sheer scale of a 10-mile asteroid would set most of the planet on fire and would cause a nuclear winter and would basically result in just the die-off of a huge swath of life. A 10-mile wide, a 600-mile wide object it would liquefy the planet.
If there's a few blotches here or there, they're gonna be noticeable. Armageddon's logic is like if the table was on fire. All you can really do is just enjoy the pretty flames. Armageddon, not even pretending to be realistic, actually works in its favor. This is clearly operating on a whole different plane of reality. Why do they send oil drillers into space to blow up an asteroid? Because that's the movie.
This is why I'm such a nerd, because I can't just enjoy Armageddon for what it is. You know, it's like, oh, just enjoy it for what it... Hell, maybe this is why I'm such a stick in the mud with Disney Star Wars. You know, it's like, I want to know, in a sense, I want to know, what would this be like? What would it be like if there really were an asteroid headed to Earth? Like, that's more appealing to me. The hard science-ish answer to that question is more fascinating. Like, I love the film Contact with Jodie Foster, which is about the SETI Institute. It was written by Carl Sagan as a novel, makes contact with aliens. I love that movie because it's just about the grounded, concept of how would humanity react if we suddenly got confirmation of alien life, intelligent alien life in communication with us? How would we react to that? That's a cool concept, which is why I'm a nerd, because it's like, shut up, nerd. Just watch Armageddon and enjoy it.
Moron. It's like explaining the logic of why these alien robots turn into cars. That nerd locker metaphor wasn't a joke. All of the NASA nerds that aren't this guy are bumbling, unattractive morons.
Deploy solar sails. You'll have a great big canopy.
This is a world where the geeks are wrong and America wins, baby. If this was a realistic situation, and the rock wasn't the size of a planet, then yeah, maybe sending astronauts would have been smart. Ben Affleck would have been right. But he's wrong. Because this isn't real life. This is the movie Armageddon, a space adventure film where our gang of perverts and degenerates fly around from quest to quest before defeating the big rock. And I do mean defeat. You see, for some reason, the asteroid is like an actual sentient villain trying to kill our protagonists.
I will say that's one of the actual redeeming qualities. That's one of the good parts of the film. It should be. It's like a malevolent entity trying to kill them.
Bye, Max.
This is not a mindless chunk of rock. Dottie's kind of like Monster House, an entity of its own, purposely designed by the film to be the hardest thing imaginable to drill. It's a space rock with a spooky cloud around it. That's a subtle way of saying that this thing is evil. The people who say that you could have just taught astronauts to drill and they would have gotten the job done don't know what they're talking about, because this is an oil driller's worst nightmare. This thing throws everything it can at these drillers.
Yeah, this is exactly my point. This is why it had to be tough guys. That's the basic point of the film. It couldn't be scientists. It couldn't just be pilots. It couldn't just be technicians. It had to be tough sons of bitches. Okay? What was that quote? I just heard it in it was like in a Victor Davis Hanson book or something. It was a quote from a World War II general. I think it was maybe Patton, but don't quote me on it. But he basically said something. No, it wasn't Patton, but it was a World War II general who was kind of brash, and he was talking about politicians. He's like, when they want the job done, they call the sons of bitches. And that's how it was. Like, when you want things to be polite, you want things to be civilized, well, that's the time for politicians and scientists and reporters and other such things. But when you want the job done, in a hairy situation, that's when you call the sons of bitches.
Sometimes literally. When the astronauts fail in Deep Impact, it's because the comet's gases are released once they hit sunlight. In Armageddon, the rocks just fucking explode. Why did the rocks explode? The movie makes it very clear that the only person that can defeat this thing is Bruce Willis, just like the only person that can defeat Frieza is Goku. They're drilling through pure metal with a diamond drill, and still that barely works. Bruce Willis has to push the limit of his psychic oil drilling abilities. It's like a superpower, like Spidey sense, or a stand. Only he and his team have this power, and the feeling in their gut to get the job done.
You're
Never
damn
speak
right.
again how astronauts could have gotten the
He's kind of talking me into liking Armageddon.
job done. They clearly couldn't have. Watch the damn movie. The Armageddon lore says they couldn't. It's like saying the military could have defeated the kaiju in Pacific Rim. No, you idiot. Only the giant robots can. And in Armageddon, only drillers can defeat an asteroid. Oh man, this is stupid. So, allegedly, according to Deep Impact screenwriter, a Disney president, though he doesn't say which one, just stole the idea of doing an asteroid movie. Like, they sat down at lunch, and while having a casual conversation about the movie that eventually became Deep Impact, the president was like, hey, that's pretty cool, jotted down a few notes, and then he just stole it. Allegedly. This is how most twin films are made, by the way. Few things here. 1, Disney being shady. Shocking, I know. 2, wait, Disney made Armageddon? Yeah, they did.
Woman with large breasts. Woman with medium breasts.
Touchstone is a subsidiary of Disney, basically from a time when they tried to release more mature movies that wouldn't fit under the Disney label. You know, until they gave up that idea in the 2000s, let Jerry Bruckheimer go wild. That was my Disney renaissance. In my very educated opinion, what I'm imagining Disney did was look at the idea of Deep Impact and go, yeah, that's cool, I guess, but we gotta spice it up. Realistic melodrama about a comet impact? Boring. Let's explode the fucking Russian space station. That's really what Armageddon is. It's an excuse to have the most unlikely people possible be responsible for the fate of the world. Deep Impact is more like a traditional disaster film, without the schlock. Armageddon stays focused on the main group. These movies are doing two entirely different things. Hey, at least Deep Impact has the better emotional arc between father and daughter. Right?
She left me. She's with her mother. They both got scared.
All right. Well, I think we're going to leave it there. Let me just get his conclusion. Here we go.
So, I'm gonna be honest. I had an entirely different ending to this video. Originally, I was gonna bring up a third asteroid movie, Greenland.
Which, I mostly liked Greenland. I mean, it's pretty dopey also, but it was kind of fun.
I'm gonna get my family in that bunker.
It had nothing to do with this whole twin film thing. It was just a neat asteroid movie that came out in 2020, and nobody saw it. But here's the thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what nobody saw Greenland. It's pretty good, though. It's a pretty good movie.
It's a pretty serious movie. Like, it's just really cynical. The anti-Deep Impact, if you will. In 1998, people were riding that high of American exceptionalism. So in that movie, the government's like this benevolent, kind figure. In just a really...
And the media are like honest. They're honest brokers of the truth for the people. They're impartial. They're completely unbiased. Yeah, no, he's right. That's what I'm talking about when I say it's quaint. Deep Impact is like the government is good and the media is honest.
Naive way, honestly. Meanwhile, in Greenland, the government just doesn't tell people an asteroid's gonna hit. They just lie. They tell all the important people, just not you. What a difference 20 years can make to our perception of the federal government.
By the way, that's exactly what would happen. That is the accurate portrayal. It's exactly what would happen.
So yeah, I rewrote the ending.
And anyone that tried to like game this, they just shoot anyone that tried to game the system. That's what they would do, or put you in prison, or put you in a camp. They do whatever.
to this video. Why did I do that? Well, Greenland's just kind of a bummer. It's a good movie, but it's about people killing each other and society collapsing, and that's not really funny. Who wants to end like that? Also, I didn't want to end this video by planting the idea in your head that if we were ever gonna get hit by an asteroid, the government might not even tell us. Now that I think about it, I'm kind of just ending this video like that anyway, since I just told you that. Thanks for watching. See y'all in 2032.
Hat tip pointless hub. That was pretty good. Good suggestion, Fu Man Blue. I enjoyed that. A nice little trip down memory lane. I'm in the strange position of feeling both vindicated and persuaded I'm wrong at the same time. I sort of hate Armageddon, but I think I'm both right and wrong at the same time, if that's possible. What do we have in the chat? Crowbar says, Armageddon is a fun and cool movie, but it lacks rewatchability. I only watched it once when it came out. Yeah, it didn't even have like single watchability for me. I remember I was watching that the first time I watched it. I still remember just like, and I was excited, by the way. I was a huge, I mean, I love space. I loved I love scientific stuff. I loved all that stuff. So I was very excited for Armageddon. I loved all the promotional material. I loved all the marketing for it. And I was very excited for it. And I saw Deep Impact, but if I recall, I feel like I hadn't seen Armageddon yet when I saw Deep Impact, and I loved it. And I thought, well, Armageddon's probably going to be even better. It did look better. Armageddon looked better. And then when I watched Armageddon, I just remember once they get into space, I was so bored. And the scenes at the end, just with the fighting the asteroid, just went on and on and on and on. And I just was like, I don't care. That was back when I was just a lieutenant. Anyway. Well, we've had a barn burner, haven't we? Always fun times hanging out here on the Swords and Starships channel. Avowed is going to be such a piece of trash. It's going to be such trash. Now, how do I know that? How do I know that? Because of course it is. Every single time we have to go through this exercise, you know? No, it's not. Just because it's woke doesn't mean it's bad. Whatever. Joker Folie à Deux was trash, because of course it was. And because I just enjoy saying Joker Folie à Deux. Well, I am Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starship channel. Been fun hanging out with you. Throw a like and a subscribe on the channel. Keep an eye out for new videos. They're on the way. And until next time, I will see you out there.